Countdown is on. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Forrest, your finger on the button back there? Yes, it is. All right, we are 4 seconds away from starting the song. That'll be 1 minute. There we go. The song has started. That is the show. We're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. 50 seconds now from the Hot Ones release. 50 seconds. Retweet it, everybody. So long.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go live now on a Tuesday.
You had to think about that. A long concert last night, Jimmy D?
It was a long concert
too much
last
weed?
night down there. I did not smoke any of the devil's lettuce brownie, but I did.
Secondhand smoke,
No
man.
ganja?
Man, when I used to Boutwell Auditorium had zero ventilation, and we've still walked by there a couple of times with the kids, and I'm like, that's the place I started my concert journey.
The old contact high?
And I used to go to concerts all the time at the old Boutwell, and yeah, I'm sure when I was I was 12, 13, 14 years old, I had that secondhand contact high.
Yeah, I probably a little of that. There was some clouds blowing through last night at the Dashboard Confessional and Jimmy Eat World concert down at Avondale, but it was a good time. Great friends, great conversation, really good music, great weather outside. It was a perfect temperature. So, but I'm not going to drag, man. I'm here. I'm here for life, man. I don't sit at home. Right, I'm always
That's
going.
right, Jimmy.
I'm always moving.
We got to come up with one, not Jimmy Recliner, but the opposite of that. LT.
Jimmy Active.
Jimmy Active. Were you
Jimmy doesn't want to die.
Were you the?
I was not the oldest person there.
Okay, good. We didn't think you would be,
but there was a lot of young folks there, so it was a great mix last night. Great mix of people.
You know, my wife just keeps saying, I'm just hungry to go watch live music. I don't even really care if I like the band or not, just because
you are or your wife.
My wife.
Well, I had an extra ticket. She could have gone.
I didn't know that until this morning.
Yeah, Maggie had to opt out.
Yeah, but my wife, because we went so long without any live music.
Yeah,
and it's not that we're big concert goers, but you like to go just hear some live music every now and then.
That's perfect size for me because the big stadiums are okay. It's okay. But, I like the small venue like that. A couple songs I like, and it was a good night. Good cold beer, good friendship, and ready to roll in. A lot of things happened last night in basketball. I got to catch up on that. We'll get to that coming up. But we got to start with the Calvin Ridley thing first, okay? Because former Alabama wide receiver is suspended for the entire season. It's costing him over $11 million. He's out for 2022. Now, if you're scoring at home, he's only the fifth person in NFL history to be suspended by the league for gambling. They are Alex Karras and Paul Hornung, two Hall of Famers.
That's right.
Back in 1963, who missed a season. Art Schlichter, who basically ruined his career gambling, Ohio State and Colts quarterback, 1983. I'm very familiar with those three stories. I had never heard Josh Shaw.
Yeah, it was kind of buried. I mean, he was a guy that was a practice squad guy that nobody knew about. So it was kind of swept under the rug.
And then he was banned for 2 years, just reinstated in 2021, and has never made it back into a team. So his career basically ended with that suspension there. And then there's Calvin Ridley, who is such a – I mean, it's hard to get your hands around what's going on with Calvin anyway, because he left the Falcons last year, we were told, for mental reasons, mental health reasons. And then this happens where he bets $1,500, he says, and legally bets it, $1,500. and he is suspended because he was betting on NFL games, which is a no-no. Everybody's got a lot of hot takes on this. We'll start with Lance.
Well, look, okay. So first thing, you can't gamble. And I remember one of the things, like in Major League Baseball locker rooms, do not bet on baseball.
That's
I
right.
mean, it was posted. I'm sure it's probably posted in the NFL. The NFL is very hypocritical, though. They just signed April of 2021 a partnership with 4 approved sports books: Fox Bet, MGM Bet, Point Bet, and WinBet. And that's probably a 9 to 10-figure deal. So they are all behind this. And remember, there was a day when the NFL separated themselves from gambling.
Well, I don't view that as hypocritical.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
How's that hypocritical?
Is it wrong to say I can make money off of gambling, but the players can't gamble?
Yeah. No, I don't think that's hypocritical.
What I'm saying, though, is the NFL is endorsing gambling.
They are.
But when one of their guys is away that's not betting on his own team. See, I've got a different take. I don't think Calvin Ridley should have gambled at all.
Right.
I think the suspension is a little too much, just based on the facts
It
of
may
the
be
case.
a bit heavy. I mean,
and
a
I
full year.
think every situation needs to be case by case. He should have been suspended for this, no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what is happening is the NFL is sending a warning shot. And I'm just around the table real quick. Anybody else believe Calvin Ridley's the only guy who plays in the NFL that is betting on NFL games?
I think he's the only one dumb enough to do it on an app that is trackable, that is going to report you to the league. And these players have to know that the betting partners of the NFL have to be a betting partner of the NFL.
Right.
I'm sure, and I think this shows us, they've got some sort of safeguard.
It's called Genius. It's
Sort of safeguard that if an NFL player places a bet, the NFL's notified.
So
of it.
dumb. Look, I think there's a
it's
small
dumb.
minority. I mean, the thing is, the guy's making $11 million. By the way, he's doing dumb bets. He's betting 5 and 18 parlays.
That's right.
Things he's never going to hit.
He was betting against the Jags, though, so that wasn't totally dumb.
He's Calvin Landmine.
Yeah, I guess my point is the NFL had separated themselves from gambling for so long. And the reason being, when you go back to Alex Karras and Paul Hornung and Schlichter, those are times where guys could actually rig games, and it might have been worth their while to be on the other side of the outcomes because they weren't making these ridiculous salaries. Now that Calvin Ridley's making $11 million, there is no way you can fix a game. It's just impossible to fix a game.
Well, you say that, and if you fix a game, though, it's not the money he's betting on the game. What if, say, Ryan is running a nice little cartel, and Ryan comes to me and says, hey, I'll give you $1.5 million, but we want this game rigged, and you're not going to make the money gambling. You're going to be paid off to do it while they get all this money bet
It's not
different
worth
ways.
it. You think about it like this. Calvin Ridley's making $11 million. What could you actually give him? Because if you put – so go through your scenario again. How much money are you going to put on this game as the cartel that is behind this, the organized crime that is behind this game?
I don't know, but if you pay me a big chunk of it and you do that to me for 12 times a year, then I've made off the books the money I'm also making to play in the NFL.
Well, the only way you could do it, a couple of reasons. Well, first of all, you're going to get red flagged on an amount of a bet. Like the Mattress Mac, everybody knew what he was betting because of the amount. So to make it worth anybody's while, you got to have this substantial amount that's already going to get flagged by the Gaming Commission. The other thing, the only way you can rig an outcome is if you drop passes or you make mistakes. You can't rig the outcome that, hey, I'm going to go out there and score 3 touchdowns. You just can't call that.
No,
you
exactly.
can go the other side.
You
But
go
if
the other way, right.
But if you do that 4 or 5 times, then you're going to end up getting cut because you're making these enormous mistakes that are costing your team's games.
Right.
So to me, you can't.
It's not smart.
You can't fix games. You could have a play or two back in '63 that might have been worth $10,000 for you. People aren't fixing games. And I go back to Pete Rose when he was banned for life. He was betting for his team. He wasn't betting against it. So I never thought he should have been banned for life.
No, it doesn't matter if he's betting.
But
it doesn't
if
matter
you're betting against your team, it's totally different.
No.
Totally
They're
different.
both against the
If I'm
rules.
betting for the Reds in Pete Rose's case, then if I get so far behind,
That's right.
what keeps me for throwing a game?
That's
then?
right.
To try
That's
to
why
try to
it's
make
against
up
the rules.
No, but
That's why it doesn't matter.
It was only proven that he was betting for his team.
That's right, but it doesn't matter. If I bet for my team and we keep losing, I'm gonna get behind, and it's gonna compromise my decision making.
Well, no, if it can be proven that it compromised it, but if you're
But
betting
that's
for
why
your
it's
team, there's
against
no
the
way you're
rules.
fixing games.
But that's why it's against the rules.
It doesn't affect the integrity of the game. It doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't.
It does.
It really doesn't.
It does.
Well, see, all it takes is for 50% of the people to think it does, and then you've got a problem.
But it really doesn't because it's not affecting the outcome of the game.
Sure, it does. You play differently.
No, you don't play differently.
How do you not?
Well, first of
play
all,
differently?
Calvin Ridley wasn't playing.
Right.
That's true. That is number
and
one.
Pete
He wasn't
Rose was
playing at all.
doing what he was supposed to do in managing that team to try to get them to win the game.
Yeah, until maybe he wasn't because he was
Right.
behind.
But again,
Or he's taking risk he shouldn't take in a normal situation to try to win the game.
But I would think he would take those risks anyway if he's
you
trying to win the game.
don't know that. You don't know that.
Well,
When
I mean, I kind of do. I mean, you're doing everything you can to win.
yeah, but what if you're doing, for instance, what if Pete Rose tries to, and this is not smart on his part, but he's got an easy single, stop it first, but I'm going to try to stretch it a second because we got to get that extra run and I'm making out.
Yeah, but why would you stretch it? I mean, you're still trying to. Pete Rose's mindset's the same.
Not
As a
necessarily.
manager, it is though. He's trying to win.
Not
every
necessarily,
time he goes out there.
but managers, but if you're a desperate guy, you do things differently. You make decisions that don't make a lot of sense.
And so if I'm betting on winning, okay, and this is the way most NFL players bet on football, I would guarantee you, is we'll say Calvin Ridley. Why does Calvin Ridley not have his best friend Ryan Brown? Listen, I can't bet on these football games, but here is 10,000 of my dollars, Ryan. Would you go bet on this game, this game, this game?
It's an irrelevant discussion whether he bet on his team to win or not because you can't bet. It's an irrelevant discussion. It doesn't matter if Pete Rose was betting on his team or not. You're told not to bet. Don't bet.
Okay. And
It's
that's
easy.
fine. Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
And again, I think he should be suspended. But to suspend him for a full year.
No, it felt heavy. I agree completely.
Again,
It's indefinite. It's indefinite.
Well,
it may
yeah,
not
it
just
could
be a year.
It's at least a year.
Yeah,
It's at least
I
a
don't
year.
disagree with you on
so
that.
the hypocrisy of the NFL, when you got guys like Greg Hardy getting 4 games, and you saw how bad he beat that woman.
Yeah.
Okay, now-
well, that is a different discussion.
That's a
That-
different
that-
type of hypocrisy.
Yeah,
I give you
Dante
that.
Stallworth runs somebody over and kills him, and he's playing the next year.
I don't see a hypocrisy, and I saw Nancy Armour. Of course, she's gonna, her and
I don't know who Nancy Armour
Oh,
is.
she's the wannabe Christine Brennan. She's fake.
It's like USA Today, I think. She
Yeah,
works
USA
for,
Today.
yeah,
She's fake Christine Brennan. Like
She goes crazy.
Yeah, so she's going to jump on her soapbox and talk about how the NFL shouldn't take gambling advertising and then suspend a player for gambling. That doesn't make any sense at all.
no.
It's against the rules.
Right.
They have a rule. They have a rule that you do not gamble. It's cut and dry. There's no ambiguity in this thing. Not one bit.
That's right.
Every player knows it. Every player in baseball knew it. Pete Rose knew it. Calvin Ridley knew it. It is against the rule. Do not do it. It's very simple.
And look, and I get that 100%, and I agree he should be suspended. I can't believe the guy got caught. I can't believe he was actually away from the game trying to get right and still betting on games that he wasn't.
It made
even
no
watching.
sense. For $1,500, you're making $11 million.
I think it shows you emotionally he's not in the right state.
I
right
would
now.
agree. I
Or
would agree
he was
completely.
just bored. He was just
that
bored.
could be it too.
But if you're just bored, he said he didn't even watch the games.
He didn't.
So that doesn't make any sense.
I didn't watch the NASCAR race this week, but I set my DraftKings lineup and tried to win $50.
See, I'll never. I've got to at least be monitoring if I'm going to do
Right.
DraftKings, if I'm gambling, if I'm doing any of that.
Yeah.
I mean, when baseball, if it ever cranks up again, and we do our DraftKings pool at night, as we always do, I don't sit there and watch all the games. I will set my lineup, and occasionally I'll check my lineup to see how it's doing. If I got a game on, I'll watch it, but just because it's a entertainment thing.
I cannot believe Calvin Ridley's done this with his career.
I really can't either, Lance. I mean, it is, of all the things you could have told me, hey, Calvin Ridley's going to be suspended a year for.
Yeah.
Do you know how long I would have guessed before I got to gambling on an NFL game?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that every drop pass the rest of his career, if he ever
are
makes
gonna
it back
win.
in the NFL, every
There-
drop
there-
pass in the red zone with a minute left in the game's on the line, people are going to be like,
Oh, there was already a super cut out last night of about 5 or 6 plays, and I don't know what year they're from, where you look at it and you're like, what is he doing on that play? I mean, he's got a clear path to the end zone, and he kind of veers and doubles back and gets tackled. I'm not suggesting he's throwing games, but I am saying those are the types of.
You sort of hinted.
Well, no. I'm saying, but those are
But
the
again-
types of things. Those are the types of things he'll be questioned about the rest of his
You
career.
know,
When the
Yeah.
NFL did disassociate themselves with gambling sites before, I never understood it because of the amount of money these people are making. Again, I don't think it's possible for guys to throw games that are at the NFL level. I really don't.
I think a quarterback probably could, Lance. You'd probably have to go to a quarterback.
No, they could. I think you get an offensive tackle, a hold on a key play. You
Yeah.
get a defensive back
But
that falls down.
To your point, how do you make it financially worthwhile?
You're making
to
too
do it?
much
Yeah.
money, and if it gets out, because it's not a one-party situation. Like, I don't know about you guys, I really don't trust anybody in this world. I mean, it's sad, I just don't. And if I'm getting involved with guys that are this corrupt, you can't trust them. And so all it takes is for one of those guys to expose you, your career is done.
Sure
if Calvin
it is.
Ridley, this is $1,500, is open-ended, as you said. We know it's at least a year. If this is Calvin Ridley taking $1 million to throw a game, he never plays again.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
But to Dunaway's point, I think the reason it is such a harsh punishment is that now that the NFL is accepting advertising money from gambling entities, this is the first notable player that has been caught up in something like this. You have to send a message on this one.
Yep.
You know, when the speed limit, like if the speed limit on 280 went from 55 to 40, don't you think Shelby County and Jefferson County and Hoover City are going to be out patrolling it right away to drive home the point? The speed limit has changed, right? Yeah. And the first person that comes screaming through there at 65, they're going to pull over and make a, give them a ticket so they know this is Calvin Ridley. He's the first guy speeding through the zone.
And it also lets the rest of the league know, LT, of the technology they have. It's
right.
almost like, you
are going to get called.
The reason we have these military displays occasionally, these war games we play in the Pacific occasionally in the seas near China, to let them know what our ships and planes can do sometimes, just to show them what we can do. This is the NFL saying, hey, now for everyone else in the league who may be thinking about or doing it right now, we have the technology to track you and expose you. So
in fact, our partners are turning you in.
Right.
Yeah, to remain our partners.
So A, do it illegally and don't get caught.
Use a bookie.
Or B, get your best friend to place your bets.
Yeah, which would have been so easy. And again, what's the upside for Calvin Ridley, even if he hits this and wins a couple of $1,000s? I mean, this is, and I don't know about you guys, it's one of the reasons that I don't gamble like I used to, because I've got to have a certain amount on a game to feel like I've got action on it. And I know there's a lot of people that are listening and watching right now that probably feel the same way, and they probably gave up gambling because of that. Lunsford, I don't know where you are on this, but I've got to have, I'm not even going to throw my amount out there, but for Calvin Ridley, $1,500 is probably $20 for me, and I ain't betting $20 on a game. It ain't worth my time.
I mean, it all depends on obviously how much money you have coming in, what your one unit is that you bet. But
we're talking
well, it doesn't for a lot of people. I mean, I know guys that are making $50,000. That, I mean, if they don't have $1,000 on a game, they don't feel like they're living.
You're right. I'm saying that
should be.
Yeah. See, maybe that's why I'm a gambling addict. Is because it does not matter how much is on the game for me.
So $5, you're okay with it?
Oh, I mean, you would think these stake bets you and I have, I mean, I am on my knees at times at the house praying for kicks to miss.
You're limited time with every possession.
And it's just a stake bet where I actually get to eat a great meal with you out on the town. I mean, it's not like I'm losing a digit or a car.
You're just buying somebody's dinner, basically.
Right.
Well, I think that's a little pride thing, too, for you.
Oh, pride is what it's all about for me. And I'm an addict when it comes to that. And whether it's, all the stupid things we talk about on this show or the bracket challenge coming up on our drive-in today, brought to you by the folks down on Highway 31 in Pelham, EAW. It just absolutely... I talked about the bracket challenge. I'm already, getting sweaty palms because I don't want to lose. I'd love for Brown to lose again. I'm very comfortable.
I'm a
with
grizzled veteran. It doesn't bother me.
I'm very comfortable with Brown losing all the time. It is a pride thing indeed. So with Calvin Ridley, I'm sure it was just he was bored. He was bored. He wasn't playing football. He was in a bad state mentally. It was a Sunday. His buddies were probably gambling.
Okay, what time of year was this, though? Did we even get that?
It was a Falcons-Jags game, right? Calvin didn't bow out until about 5 or 6 games in, as I remember.
Well, I've got a reason to my question.
All right.
So
I'll see if I can find one of the Falcons and Jags. Am I wrong about that, though, right? It was a Falcons and Jags game? I know there was a parlay, but I thought that was one of the two games.
There was a 3-team, a 5-team,
November 28th.
Okay. 3-team, 5-team, and 8-team parlay. And I think he was betting the Falcons to win every time.
Okay, well, November 28th, you had the NBA going. Just bet on NBA.
Yeah, well, that's not what your buddies are watching. You and your buddies are hanging out and they're watching the NFL.
But he said he didn't watch it.
He didn't, but his buddies probably did.
But he knows football to bet on that as opposed to the NBA.
Yeah.
Well, apparently he didn't because he didn't any of these parlays.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
even if you know football.
That's what a lot of people think.
The worst gamblers are ex-athletes. Like
because
the
they
guy
think they know the sport better. Right?
And even current ones. Yeah. Like, I'll run across the guy, hey, man, I'll tell you what you need to take tonight. I'll never forget one of the best stories. My buddy ran into at a bar. He was in Boston, ran into Ben Coates. And they were playing the Denver Broncos. The tight end.
Former New England tight end.
And he called me up, and he called a bunch of us up, and he said, man, I ran into Ben Coates, and they've got Denver this week, and he swears they are going to win this game by 35.
You run from that one.
Oh, I took the other side.
The other side?
They lost by 14.
Yeah. No Ben Wintercoats.
Ben Coates, man. He knows exactly. He knows they're going to win this game by 35.
Hey, part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. There's no gambling here. Bromberg's, it is a sure thing to get the perfect diamond for that special somebody in your life.
Yeah, absolutely. Stop in, see the diamond specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They've established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. 2 great locations, Bromberg and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
$1,500 costing him $11 million. The sort of good news for the Falcons is that $11 million comes off the salary cap this year, so they're not responsible for that $11 million, and it actually extends his time with the Falcons by a year contractually.
It says that he says, because he tweeted a few times yesterday, he says it's going to let him get healthier. I don't know if he's talking mentally or physically, maybe both.
Maybe both.
So he's put the Falcons in a better spot than Aaron Rodgers is with Green Bay.
Yeah, so far.
At least they know where they are.
You knew it would come back, didn't you? Hey, so what are the odds?
The perfect thing today would have been if Aaron Rodgers had been caught gambling on games.
What are the odds if you bet $1,500 to lose $11 million? What are the odds? Like, what's that? Minus?
It's, I don't know, but it's the worst wager in the history of wagering.
It really is. You're going to bet $1,500 to lose $11 million.
Yeah, so that's
I mean,
really
maybe
good.
Christopher Walken and the Deer Hunter at the end. If you guys haven't seen that one, that might have been a worst wager. But
the other big story yesterday was UAB's Jordan Walker winning the Conference USA Player of the Year award. Only 3 times in UAB's basketball history have they had their Conference Player of the Year. You go all the way back to 1982, the Big O, Oliver Robinson, Gene Bartow's original recruiting class. He was the Sun Belt, I believe, back then, Player of the Year. Squeaky Johnson in 2011
God, he was so good.
Was the Conference Player of the Year. And now Jelly Walker gets it for Andy Kennedy's team this year.
Well, Jelly is, I guess, a one-and-done guy, right? I mean, transfer in.
I don't know his eligibility. It's hard to keep up with anybody's eligibility status.
Well, with that said,
you could be a senior with 2 years left.
Where do you? And I guess a lot of this depends on where they go in the tournament. If they're able to win this tournament, beat probably North Texas, and go on and maybe make a run in the NCAA tournament. But when I think of the all-time greats, Oliver Robinson is that guy for me.
He's the UAB GOAT, right? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And Squeaky was good. The
twins.
The twins were good.
Jerome Mency, my second reference of him, he was really good back then.
I tell you, he played on, I think, just one really good team, but Mo Finley was a heck of a player too.
AK, Andy was great.
Yeah.
Robert Vaden was good when he could make his shots. Yeah. He had some bad games.
Yeah. So it's been some great players, but you put Jelly Walker into that conversation there now.
Jesse says it was Aaron Johnson, not Squeaky Johnson.
Oh, was it?
There were two. There was an Aaron Johnson and a Squeaky. I loved Squeaky Johnson.
So
they were brothers, weren't they?
Squeaky didn't win it?
I don't know, Jim.
I thought
I'm just telling you what
Yeah.
Jesse said.
2011, Aaron Johnson. That does seem like that is after Squeaky, right? Or before Squeaky? When was Mike there?
I've got it right here if you want me to pull it.
Well, I mean, I did read Aaron Johnson.
Aaron was after Squeaky.
Yeah.
Aaron's senior year was 2011.
Yeah. So Aaron Johnson is the guy who won it. I just substituted Squeaky in place of Aaron, thinking it was Aaron Squeaky Johnson.
I'm trying to remember Squeaky's actual first name, but it wasn't Aaron. I cannot remember his
My
first
apologies there, Jesse.
Cardell, that's right. Yeah.
Jesse, thank you for the correction. Deadwood, we call it on the show, cleaning up the deadwood there. Here's our look ahead brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Clay Travis with us at 10 o'clock. We'll get Clay's thoughts on Calvin Ridley and that tough intersection of gambling and taking money from gambling and the NFL. Clay's with us at 10. Bruce Feldman joins us at 11 o'clock. An interesting story from Bruce about the top 25 coaches, in his opinion, in college football right now. Not, it's not a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's who's the best 25 right now. Bruce has a list out. We'll talk about that as well as we roll on this morning. It's brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100 or visit them online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com. When you call 969-8100, ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Find out if it is right for you. I wore the contacts for about a decade, wasted money on the contacts and the solution. Now I went in, got the procedure done. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in
The
Atlanta.
College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
We have a developing news in basketball we'll tell you about. No surprise, though, but As Ben writes in the Farmfolio chat room, it is Part Ways Wednesday for one SEC coach coming up after Brown tells you about the great folks at Farmfolio.
Hey, the Farmfolio chat room, wide open. You guys can jump in there at any time. A lot of people say, hey, where do I find the Farmfolio chat room? It's in any of the video chats. If you're with us on YouTube, Twitter, well, not Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, that's all the Farmfolio chat room. Those of you on Twitter, we read your tweets. That's your Farmfolio chat room. If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how what.
It was a great TED Talk. It was good. I appreciate the election. It was good. You got into it, and you were like, well, we also include Twitter, too, which we do.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net, by the way.
You ever notice that after a late night, when I've been out, that I'm a little bit more piss and vinegar?
A little punchy.
Yeah.
Actually, that's my favorite, Jim. Used to, when you would do TV and you had a late TV night and were on no sleep, I think your shows were better than you on full sleep, fully charged.
Less prepared.
Maybe still kind of a buzz from a fog. I mean,
maybe.
You probably had 3 beers and were wiped last night.
Yeah. If you'll be honest, I had a little bit more than that. There are a lot of blank spaces on my sheets today, so I'm not very prepared. So it's going to be one of those shows.
Hey, we got your back.
It's going to be one of those
I
shows.
think you've had less time to overthink things sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When I'm too prepared, all I do is drag this freaking show down, Brown. Is that what you're saying?
See, I like that. I like that punchy.
No, but I mean, I think you can have too much traffic, too much clutter.
Wait.
Well, what?
More
breaking news?
More breaking news. 2 things now.
Well, I can peg one of the breaking
I
news.
know one of them.
Let's go to the one. I'm going to pull a Lance right here. Let's go to the one that matters most to me.
Okay, fire away.
I don't care about what is more important to you guys. Let's see what.
I can't wait to hear this.
The Buccaneers.
Where does that come from, by the way?
Well, if it was the Rams, it would matter more to you than everybody else.
Oh,
and this
the Bucs.
involves
I
the
got
Tampa
you.
Bay Buccaneers. They are officially franchise tagging Chris Godwin. It's a brilliant move. Brilliant move.
Guys, that's your breaking news?
That's huge.
Yeah, well,
Chris
if he's,
Godwin-
if he's got somebody to throw it to him.
Well, I mean, it's pieces. It's pieces, man.
No.
Now you've got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin back, and maybe there's a quarterback that would like to throw to those guys.
Yeah. Tom Brady?
Open for business.
Okay.
Open for business.
All right.
Is all I'm
You
saying.
had me excited. I like
where
that
is
breaking
Godwin
news.
on recovery, though?
We'll get to that. I don't know. Where is he?
I mean,
how bad hurt was he?
Well, I mean, I know Odell Beckham, if he re-signs with the Rams, he's not going to be ready for the beginning of the season.
Yeah, but that was an ACL tear.
I'm
think
just
Godwin's-
asking where Godwin is.
I think Godwin was just a cap. It wasn't his ACL, was it? I don't know. I have to go look now. Dragging me down, man. It was a big moment for me.
Yeah, but I mean, I expected more than that. When you give me breaking news.
Yeah, I thought you were
was,
going to say that Tom Brady was coming back.
I thought you were going to say they have officially released Tom Brady, which would mean that Brady is trying to go elsewhere.
We're not going to release him.
Well, I wouldn't think so either. That would seem stupid on your part. I
bad
thought that's what you were
business,
going to say.
according to Bruce Arians.
Oh, he's right.
Ashley, one of our great female listeners, using her ESPN producing skill, Godwin being tagged as a C segment at best.
I agree completely. That was a toss to break. Oh, by the way,
we
go to break.
I said, Ashley, big to me, so I'm going to pull a Lance and move it higher up in the pecking order here. I mean, if it was the Rams tagging somebody, it would have been a big deal.
I would have gotten PO'd at you making a guest wait to include that in the headlines.
Well, is there a guest name?
No, I'm just saying that's how low that was to me. I agree with Ashley. That doesn't even deserve to make a guest standby. Oh, by the way, one headline.
Well, here is developing news that's going to surprise nobody. Tom Crean has been fired by Georgia once the season's over with. Georgia and Tom Crean's parting ways, being reported by Chip Towers over at the AJC.
You know, we used to debate worst basketball program in the Southeastern Conference.
It was Auburn.
It was Auburn for a good run. I think Ole Miss historically has been pretty bad. Ole Miss has got one Sweet 16 in their entire history. Georgia's got a better history in that, but guys, if both jobs are open, and who knows, they might be. I don't think they're going to move on from Kermit Davis. Right now, would you take Georgia or Ole Miss?
I would take Georgia.
I think I'd take Ole Miss.
The Ole Miss is a worse job?
No. If both jobs are open right now.
I would take Ole Miss.
Same money, same everything. Both jobs open. I'd take Ole Miss over Georgia.
I think
Nobody's won at Georgia. And at least Andy.
There's got to be a reason. I mean, look, these players, Bruce Pearl's able to go in and get those players.
Now, I don't believe this, but you see some people say Georgia's just not willing to get in the mud with everybody else. I don't believe that. Maybe
you
they
don't think they are in football?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they don't have enough.
That's why you go out and you get the right guy, and that guy comes in and says, hey, look,
Kirby has them.
You see how Kirby's doing this?
Yeah,
this is how
that's
I'm
right.
going to do it too.
Kirby has them taking their shoes off at the door, bro.
Yeah, I know. Now, Lance, the point might be that there's not enough guys that care enough to get in the mud in basketball. That might be it. That the money guys, they'll get in the mud in football, but they're not going to in basketball. I don't care about basketball.
Give me this. Maybe now that you've won one in football, maybe you direct a little bit of that attention, not a lot, but a little bit to basketball.
I will backtrack, Brown. I would take the Georgia job over the Ole Miss job.
I don't know that I would.
Just because of what you're talking about. I mean, winning breeds winning. Football is going to keep winning for a long time. We're going to have a lot of money over there. Eventually,
new facility, right?
Eventually, you're going to get a new facility there, which sucks.
Buddy, do you know how long it took them to build that indoor football facility?
It took forever.
You think they're going to build a basketball facility anytime soon for that crap program?
Will. I mean, everybody else is building it. You got to eventually.
I don't know.
They will do it. I would take the Georgia job. And that gets us into the discussion after you tell us about our great folks at Wayne's about a name that keeps popping up in our Farmfolio chat room that people think will be in the mix over there. And I just don't think that's the case, but it's worth discussing. But Wayne's wants to make sure that your lawn is ready for the great weather that is coming up after this week is done.
Especially like if you're Tom Crean and you got to put your house on the market all of a sudden. Having a good lawn helps, right? That's one thing I know. Hey, buddy, when I'm shopping for a house, that's one thing I've looked at is yard looks good, man. I like that yard.
Sell it, bro.
Barefoot Good Summer Lawn is what you get from Wayne's. And right now with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement, your first month is free with this offer code TNR for the next round. TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR for the next round. It helps us and it helps you save when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
All right. Great folks at Wayne's there. We appreciate them being the exclusive provider for all of us here on the show. Use that promo code TNR because it helps us out and helps you out as well. Yesterday, several of you threw out the name Andy Kennedy. There is no doubt Andy's a hot name in coaching. Andy was successful at a tough job at Ole Miss, not as successful as some would want, but he had a long run there. His name will get mentioned at Georgia for sure. I just don't think Andy's the kind of guy that is going to leave UAB right now. You think I'm wrong?
The only thing I would say is I don't think you're wrong. I would lean that Andy would stay at UAB because he loves Birmingham. He loves that program. I think he is definitely building something here in year 2. But if Andy goes to CUSA final and they lose to North Texas in triple overtime, and they've had a really good season, and they go to the NIT, I mean, it is a one-bid league. That's the unfortunate thing for Andy Kennedy, and you've got to be able to win, not regular season, you've got to be able to win that tournament. And you could go to Georgia. You could probably make at least 2, maybe 3 times the money you're making right now. And right now, the SEC is a 6 or 7 bid league.
Yeah, but Georgia historically has never gotten those, and that's the problem. And Andy has already had that job. Andy had that job in Oxford, right? And he has lived that job. He has seen when I'm at a lower tier conference job how difficult it is to succeed there. In spite of how good of a coach I am, how good of a salesperson I am, how good of a personality, how much everybody likes me. Nobody dislikes Andy. Nobody fired Andy in Oxford because, you know what, I just don't like Andy Kennedy. They loved him, but they were tired of
But if he could do that
20 wins.
in Georgia, again, I think Georgia's a better job. I know you disagree. And I know you went through the top 10 states where recruits came from in college, or, I guess the top 4 and 5 stars this year.
In football, yeah.
In football. I'm interested to see in basketball because I would think Georgia would be much more loaded than Mississippi.
Just look at Auburn's starting lineup, 4 of their starting 5s from the state of Georgia.
So if I'm Andy Kennedy, I think I can go to Georgia. I think I can keep some of these guys. I've got confidence in myself. I think I'm now a better coach than I was when I was in Oxford. I think Georgia's actually a better job. I can make 3 times the money, and each year I can go to the NCAA tournament and have a chance to go on one of these runs. I'm saying that's the only argument that I would say could be pro-Georgia. I agree with you. I think he stays. I don't know if he's offered the job.
And keep in mind that UAB is transitioning eventually to the American Conference, which should be 2 bids, sometimes 3 bid league, as good as the league could be.
I'll tell you right now, I think they've only got one guaranteed right now. But.
Well, Memphis is an American, so they're in. Houston's still an American, they're in, but Houston will be gone soon.
What win percentage would you say is good for a college coach? Just good, not great.
They've got one lock in Houston, should be in Memphis, work to do SMU. So, I mean, possibly 3 at-larges.
Yeah, but 2 of those will stay, Memphis and SMU. Yeah. They'll still be in the American, and those are good basketball programs.
What win percentage would you say? Like if I said that's a good win percentage for a college, just a good win percentage for a career, 600? Would you say 600 is good?
Yeah,
600 is good, yeah.
Good, I would have said 62%.
So 620 or better for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And you'd say 600. So anything below 600, you'd say that's probably an average coach.
Right.
Since World War II, how many guys do you think at Georgia have had a 600 or better win percentage?
Hugh Durham.
I would say
Hugh Durham did not.
Well,
that
should
put in perspective for you.
So is it 0?
It's Tubby Smith.
Okay. Tubby Smith.
Jim
That's right.
Herrick didn't even do it.
In and out. Tubby Smith went in and out.
Tubby Smith, 45 and 19. He was there for a minute before he got the Kentucky job.
That's 2 years.
A 703 win percentage. He is the only guy since World War II to do that at Georgia, to be more than 600.
But I would say this, Tom Crean, his last 6 years at Indiana, all winning years, and he ended up getting fired that final NIT year. But he had a 55% winning percentage and still got to 3 Sweet 16s.
Yeah. At Indiana. You're right. He was 551 at Indiana. That was his win percentage. And he still made, as Lance said, 3 Sweet 16s.
Yeah.
Now, that's a 551 at a blue blood job. So
that Georgia job will have some interesting candidates, though, because you have both the Miller boys out of work right now. I don't know if Georgia wants to get into that, but Jim Herrick didn't scare them away back in the day.
Well, if you look at their last few hires, they've actually hired some pretty good names. So let's go back. Jim Herrick. They had after Tubby Smith, Ron Jersa took over. As I remember, Ron Jersa was a Tubby assistant. I think it took over. And he was not good. Now Jim Herrick, he had his issues right at UCLA, and he had gone to Rhode Island. But Jim Herrick's a good basketball coach.
Won a national championship.
Title.
I know. That was
can
an
say
excellent hire.
What you want about how he actually got the players to win that national championship.
Yeah, and now, and I do need to backtrack. I think Herrick, without the forfeitures, would have been over 600. So I think he would have had 2. I think he'd have had Herrick and Tubby. So Herrick gets fired because of the NCAA stuff. They go to Dennis Felton. Dennis Felton was the Western Kentucky coach, right? I think, and had done really, really well at Western Kentucky. Mark Fox. Mark Fox was a good coach at Nevada. Had them in the NCAA tournaments at Nevada. Tom Crean had gotten fired in Indiana, but Lance just told you he had made 3 Sweet 16s there. So they've actually hired pretty good coaches.
So you're saying that they've hired the right names and it just hasn't worked out.
Yeah, and there's got to be a reason. And if I'm Andy Kennedy, if ever that job is offered to me, I do look at that, and I'm like, Mark Fox won pretty well at Nevada. Tom Crean, I mean, say what you want, he made 3 Sweet 16s in Indiana. Dennis Felton was a really, really good mid-major coach. Jim Herrick had won a national championship. It didn't work for any of those guys. But outside
of Herrick, were any of those guys good recruiters?
That I don't know, Lance. I don't know the answer to that.
Andy strikes me as a really good recruiter.
I think he is.
Paul brings up a great point. Keep an eye on that Florida job if it opens up, if Mike White goes to Ole Miss or somewhere else, or if they decide to part ways, if Florida doesn't get the dance.
It'd be hard to say no to that one. I don't care who you are.
He says a perfect time for Anthony Grant to go back and wake up the Donovan years, and he's proven outside of Alabama, he's gone to Dayton, and he's killed it up there. He's done a really good job at Dayton, so that'd be a fun one to watch. Brandon in the Farm Folio chat room says Pitino to Georgia. Rick Pitino said no to Maryland, that he wouldn't be in the mix. He's got to win his tournament to get in, but he's on the verge of getting Iona back to the tournament again. I have a feeling that's going to be his last job.
If you want to send a message that be damned with everything, we are all in on winning basketball games, you go hire Rick Pitino. Because that's what that message sends, is we don't care about anything but winning. We don't care how clean our program looks or how clean our program is run or if there's a brothel on campus.
Yeah, we just want to win games. He's not Art Briles, but I think it would be tough for Georgia to hire him.
Well, I mean, that's what it says, though, right? We really don't care what you think about us. We're just in this to win. But
I'm going to say
games.
Georgia basketball fans probably would give it a thumbs up.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's a name right there. Royal Payton asked in the Farm Folio Twitter feed, is Sean Miller hireable right now?
I don't
opinion?
know where that NCAA. I don't know where that whole investigation is right now.
I don't know about you guys, but I saw Will Wade coaching Saturday.
Yeah.
So I think
He's got a hotel key in Tampa this weekend still.
I saw Will coaching Saturday, so I'm guessing that NCAA investigation is not going anywhere.
All right. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports. Ian Rappaport confirming now that Chris Godwin is going to be the tag, but in the meantime, the Bucs are working on a long-term deal with him. See segment there on Godwin as you set us up for Precision Sports.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? You feeling sharp pain in your shoulder, doing that spring cleaning maybe? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help you. They have 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
When we come back, Forrester sent out a piece of video yesterday that I want him to pull up and show in our next segment of one of the tricks he used in the Hot Ones, editing that we did. If you have not seen the video yet, it's up on YouTube. The whole Hot Ones is about 30 minutes, and my wife found it enjoyable to watch me suffer in pain. But we are not going to tell you how we all did on it yet, but we'll discuss the Hot Ones a little bit. It's been received very well by you guys, and we appreciate that so much. But it's going to be up forever, so go check it out if you haven't yet. And when we come back, a little behind-the-scenes video of Forrester showing us one of his photography tricks. That and a lot more as we roll on this morning on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
I never believe those stories.
You know, those lacrosse sticks are hard.
Yes. I would not want to get whacked with one of those.
I would not. It's a more physical sport than you would think, lacrosse.
It is the one sport that I sit and watch that I cannot figure out. Like, I've got hockey, I've got soccer, I understand the rules of every sport. Except I don't really understand water polo, and I don't watch it a lot. But I watch lacrosse occasionally in person, kids that are playing, or local at the park if I'm running there at Herdmont. And I just can't figure out, the ins and outs of crossing a line, passing it inside and outside, and I just can't figure it out. I need to, I guess, pick up a rule book, Lacrosse for Dummies. I can't figure out poker either. I knew that was coming. The new betting odds are out from our friends at Bet Online. Somehow I've gotten on a Bet Online mailing list, by the way.
Have you really?
And I've never bet anything online. But I'm on a Bet Online mailing list.
All right, Calvin.
It's smart on their part.
It is very smart on their part. The new betonline.com odds to win the Super Bowl flipped. It is no longer Kansas City the favorite. The Bills are now the favorite, 7-1. The Chiefs are 8-1. Packers, 49ers, 11-1. Your Rams, 12-1 to repeat as Super Bowl champions. So Bills or Kansas City are your betting favorites.
Yeah, I would have listed the Bills as the favorite.
You would?
I said that, right after the Super Bowl. Yeah. I think the Bills have got to be your favorite. They're missing maybe one piece, so they've been so close. AFC Championship 2 years ago, best game in the NFL this past year, in the divisional game in Kansas City. Heartbreaking loss in overtime. But, the Bills, they've got to break through sooner than later.
And the salary cap is set at $208.2 million. Apparently that's not enough because several teams are way over the cap. They're having to rearrange a lot of stuff going on. And the Bills, speaking of the Bills, are close to getting a new stadium deal in Buffalo. Now, I have not seen any designs or plans.
Is it going to be indoor? Do you know?
I was about to ask you, if you were putting a new stadium in Buffalo, would you retractable roof it or would you not?
I don't know.
Minnesota took away their entire home field advantage from the old days of the 70s, like the Packers have of playing outside in that miserable cold weather. But they built a great stadium, and the fans are able to enjoy being inside out of the winter. Bills fans sort of embrace being outside in that horrible weather. It's never really been a playoff home field advantage for the Bills. I don't know why it's not the same as Green Bay, but you never think about that.
But Green Bay hasn't been of late. I mean, there was a long time where Green Bay was. You never went into limbo and won in the postseason.
So would you build an outdoor stadium, retractable roof, or what?
I think I would build a retractable roof. Yeah, I do. I think I'd make my fans as comfortable as possible.
I think I'd keep it outdoor. I didn't have I went to that one Minnesota game a couple of years ago, and there were some rough fans next to me. One girl was, P word every other sentence, yelling at who was the quarterback for the Eagles, and I guess it was Carson Wentz. Boy, she had a mouth on her, and she looked like she might have been back in the '70s days to some of those outdoor games. And I wish I would have asked them, "Do you guys appreciate being inside now?" There's something about pride with these Buffalo fans, and they're insane. You see the Bills Mafia jumping off school buses through fiery tables.
Yeah, but
so I don't think the outdoors, the elements bother them at all. And I think there is something about that home field advantage.
It may not bother you, and you say that, but what has it done for them?
Well, if they would have beaten Kansas City, Cincinnati wasn't winning that game.
In Buffalo?
No, with those conditions.
Yes. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, I agree with Lance. You would think, hey, boy, you have got a decided advantage playing postseason games outdoors in Buffalo. It's miserable conditions. I mean, trust me, my team goes up there frequently in the late season game, and it's almost always awful conditions up there for Miami.
And it's benefited New England, too.
Yeah, but and New England has definitely benefited. I don't know that it's benefited Buffalo, though. I mean,
they hadn't had the same opportunities that New England and Green Bay has had over the years.
They haven't. So
worked for them back in the days they ran for AFC championships.
Yeah, but not all those were in Buffalo. If you'll remember, like one of their big ones was, of course, in Miami.
Of course. Hey, Dr. B bringing us part of the show today and getting LT's salad under that hat looking right.
Yes, that's what we're working on. Done away over the past year. I've noticed a little hair loss. Asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein, the absolute best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in last week for my consultation with Dr. B, blown away by all of the options available, even did a genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me. Got a phone call on that yesterday, so we will know shortly what that treatment's going to be. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, or online at t3hair.net.
All right, Forrester's got this video, part of the Hot Ones. This is behind the scenes on how Forrester got the spotlight on each sauce. If you can, Forrester, drop that video for us. And look, this is him. You see the spotlights on that, and if you watch the video, you know what we're talking about. He has this flashlight on a string. Look at this.
This is when the magician shows you the card trick.
Yeah,
Man.
that's really good.
Look how creative Forrester was in highlighting that, and he did them individually too when we went from sauce to sauce.
And that worked. I was just convinced that he was just using his hand to go back and forth.
Yeah.
But that does give it a better effect. I mean, that shows you, he is the professional.
That's right. We knew when we hired Forrester, he's the best in the business. I didn't know he knew all the tricks like this.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
Yeah, it seems like a pain in the ass to tape that flashlight up like that. That's a lot of layers.
Yep. Really, really good. Yep. That's why Forrester is part of the legacy here.
Lance, do you feel bad about riding his butt now when that thing was coming out?
No, I wasn't riding his butt. I mean,
he was just trying to get it. He was.
I got a sarcastic I got a sarcastic friend from in the business that was like, "It really took you guys that long?" You probably know who I'm talking about.
Sarcastic.
I'll show it to you.
In the business. I don't. Anyway,
I'm probably gonna have a sarcastic response to that.
I bet.
Yeah.
So we enjoyed doing it, and I hope you've enjoyed seeing it so far. And you can go check it out on our YouTube channel. Clay's coming up on the other side. We'll talk about Calvin Ridley before Clay joins us at 5 after the hour. I'll ask a question about: is this something, the Calvin Ridley situation, we're going to see in college football sooner rather than later? It's coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yes, if something's not running right, draining right, flushing right, you need to put this number in your phone. Just mark it down. Have it on speed dial, 205-229-2090 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is our friends at Hemp Hill. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill I trust to do it right the first time, always at a fair price. Call today, 205-229-2090.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. It's been about a month since we started our weight loss challenge, and thanks to Leslie and the crew over at Way to Wellness, I am down over 30 pounds. I can really tell the difference in such a short period of time, and guess what? You can too. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about how you can start living a healthier lifestyle, and then see if you can beat us here at the Next Round as we continue to lose weight and feel great. That's aplanforme.com for more information from our friends at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The headlines this hour will be brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, and then Clay Travis will join us in about 5 minutes to talk about the big story, which is Calvin Ridley being suspended by the National Football League.
We have visited Johnston RV Center. We know Rodney and Nick Johnston, just great people. It is a family business there, and it is the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state of Alabama. Home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. It is Johnston RV Center. 2 locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. And it's always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
We'll talk about Ridley in a second. UAB's Jordan Walker is the Conference USA Player of the Year. Aaron Johnson, Oliver Robinson, the only other 2 UAB players ever to be Conference Player of the Year. Last night, Gonzaga and St. Mary's survived their semifinals. They play tonight for an automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. Both teams will be in. Georgia State punched their ticket, beating Louisiana in the Sun Belt. Wonderful game, miracle buzzer beater in overtime from Chattanooga's David Jean-Baptiste as he beat Furman at the buzzer, 64-63. Brown, that was a walk into the NCAA tournament shot from Baptiste.
It was. And, you thought for a minute Furman had pulled the upset because a lot of people think Chattanooga not only can get in as a pretty good seed, but can advance in this thing. And you thought Furman might stop that. And Chattanooga may even get in as an at-large at that point. I don't know. But, man, that was a fantastic ending. Here's what I loved about it, Lance. Last 2 minutes of regulation, 1 called timeout, 0 visits to the monitor. Very few fouls. They let them play, and the coaches let them play.
Yeah, normally in that final 2 minutes, it takes about 25 minutes of real time, and you do have timeouts, and you've got fouls, and you've got the stoppage play.
And then in overtime, I don't think Furman missed a field goal. I don't think they missed a shot in overtime and still lost the game somehow. I mean,
that final shot, man.
Crazy good.
It was 35-footer, 3 guys right around him, the degree of difficulty.
Yeah. I felt bad for the.
I had Furman +3, so we got away with it.
Did you? Got away. I felt bad, and I cannot remember his name now, but that stud player for Furman, boy, he was such a good player.
Mike Boutwell?
Yes, him.
Yeah.
Boutwell. I think he ended up with like 24, 25 points, if I'm not mistaken, last night.
Yeah. Scored 11 straight to end regulation.
Yeah, just such a good player, man. I felt bad for him because that kid played his tail off.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking game there. ACC tourney starts today. The rest of the Power 5 tourneys start tomorrow, including the SEC tournament. Tom Crean is out of coach at Georgia. According to the AJC, they'll make that official after Georgia is eliminated in Tampa. All right, Clay coming up in a second. We'll talk to him about Calvin Ridley, the NFL, and a lot more. My question to you guys is, do you feel like that, with so much legalized gambling now in the United States, 30 states, I think you told me.
Yeah, 30 in D.C.
Yeah, 30 in D.C., legalized gambling. How far away do you think we are from seeing a college player go through what Calvin Ridley is going through?
Well, I always said the NFL couldn't be compromised as far as guys fixing games because of the amount of money they're making. A little bit different when it comes to a college guy. It's happening. There are college guys that are betting all over the place. Now, whether or not one of these guys gets tagged, Calvin Ridley's a pretty significant name. So if you're monitoring, if you're one of these sites monitoring, it's easy to see a name like Calvin Ridley roll. If you see some cornerback from Bowling Green, it'd be really difficult.
And do they even have an obligation to report to the NCAA the way they do the NFL? I don't know that.
I don't think so. That's part of the working agreement. They have a company called Genius that the NFL hired that monitors that. I don't know if DraftKings or FanDuel or anybody like that MGM would report it to the NCAA if they had a player, or even if they know who players are and aren't. It's not like it's in a database like the NFL set up with Genius to get the names and such. We're only a matter of time before something like this trickles down into the college game. And I think, as we said about Calvin off the top of the conversation of the show, none of us really believe he's the only NFL guy doing this either, right? There are other NFL guys doing it in some form or fashion. They're betting on football games.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know how many. I would say there's a lot more college guys that are doing it.
Yeah. Clay Travis is with us, founder of Outkick, and he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Do you view it like I saw some people saying this is hypocritical of the NFL to take the money from FanDuel and the gambling companies and then suspend a guy for gambling? I don't see a hypocrisy in that, but do you?
Well, I think that argument's going to be made because there are some people that are just anti-gambling, right? The reality is, my understanding for the NFL, for example, is you can gamble on everything but NFL games. So you can gamble on college football, you can gamble on the NBA, you can gamble on Major League Baseball, whatever you want to gamble on, so long as you don't gamble on the actual games themselves. And I think for people who understand gambling, it makes more sense. A lot of people don't really understand gambling. Let me give you an example. I don't really have a problem with a boxer betting on himself to win a boxing match, right? Like if Floyd Mayweather wants to put down $4 million that he's going to beat, I don't know, Oscar De La Hoya or whoever he's fighting in years past, I don't have a problem with it, right? Because he is directly incentivized based on what's going to happen there. But you can imagine a situation, let me give you an example, where first of all you could get into prop bets, and that's really dangerous because you can really impact what is successful or what is not successful in a prop bet. For instance, if you knew that you were going to be covering a wide receiver and the prop bet was over under 3 catches, you could do a really poor job of covering him and cash in, right? So prop bets are more dangerous. But most wagers involve points, right? So you could imagine a situation where a kicker has, I don't know, $100,000 that he's managed to get down on a game outcome, and his team is +2. And if he makes an extra point, they go to overtime. If he misses the extra point, he covers the number, right? So I think it's a recipe for a huge mess. Do I think that players, some of them will? Yes. I mean, in the same way that some players are going to use, illicit drugs. There are prohibitions against that, and when you get caught, there are punishments that come from it. But in general, I think it's just a mess to try to get players involved in gambling. And look, the reality is you're gambling every single game with your career as a player anyway. And the way you get paid off is by being really good and getting contracts, right? So that is, if you're a risk taker, I mean, you're already risking a lot of your future every single time you go on the field. And the other thing I would say is, by and large, it's hard to get down enough money to be able to significantly make a difference in your life if you're a pro athlete. Now, a college kid, $5,000 to a college kid is a lot bigger of a overall impact than it is to a NFL player.
Yeah, NFL players never going to throw a game. It's just not worth their career. I think it's impossible. And I think, every situation needs to be case by case. And in this situation, Calvin Ridley bet on his own team. I think there is a huge difference. It goes back to your analogy with Floyd Mayweather. If you're betting against your team, then I think the integrity can be compromised because, therefore, you can't just go out as Calvin Ridley. And I know he wasn't even playing in these games, but say, I'm going to score 3 or 4 touchdowns. You can say I'm going to drop 3 or 4 passes.
Yeah, that's true. But he was also not even betting on individual games. He was betting on a parlay. I think they were like, multi-team parlay. So it would be almost impossible to rig a parlay for anybody out there who's not, a regular gambler. You're betting on, 4 or 5, whatever the number of game outcomes are. They're incredibly difficult to hit. And the idea that you could rig one is almost statistically impossible, right? Especially a football game. It's impossible. So, not only was Calvin Ridley making a low percentage bet, I mean, basically he gave away $11 million over betting whatever it was, $1,500, $1,100. I can't remember what he said. He said he bet in those parlays.
Clay Travis is with us, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The AJC reporting that Tom Crean and Georgia are going to part ways whenever they lose in the SEC tournament. No surprise there. Auburn used to be the worst job in the SEC. We think it's Georgia now. Could Georgia ever be Auburn? Could you ever see Georgia basketball being what Bruce Pearl has done to Auburn?
Yeah, if they had Bruce Pearl.
He would do it, no doubt.
I think if Bruce Pearl had gone to Georgia instead of Auburn, I think Georgia would be having the success that Auburn is having right now. I mean, I think the head coach matters a massive amount. I mean, I think we've talked about this before. I love Bruce Pearl because of what he did at Tennessee, but I think if Tennessee had stood behind him, what Tennessee fired him for compared to what LSU has been willing to stand behind, their head coach over. Will Wade is crazy to me, right? That I think that if Bruce Pearl had stayed at Tennessee, he would have already won a national championship at Tennessee. If you consider the success that Tennessee's program has had already, right? I mean, it's had a decent number of a decent amount of success over the years, regardless, especially in the last 20 or so. But I think if Bruce Pearl had been there, they would have won a national championship with him.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That said, boy, this SEC tournament, Clay, is
going to be fun.
Yeah, it is. I mean, your Tennessee Vols are hot. Arkansas is hot. Kentucky is obviously really, really good. Auburn is playing for a 1 seed. Kentucky probably is too. This is about as good an SEC tournament as we've had.
Yeah, look, I mean, back in the 90s, the SEC basketball was really rolling. Early 2000s, for people out there who were SEC basketball fans, things were going pretty well. But when you look at Auburn, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas right now, and not only the seasons they had, but the way they're playing coming down the stretch run. I mean, I think Tennessee is 13-1 in their last 14 SEC games, or 12-1 in their last 13, something like that. Obviously, Arkansas has been on fire. Kentucky's gotten hot. Auburn has been really good all year long, and has in Jabari Smith, maybe the best player in college basketball. I mean, it's going to be a heck of a ride, and I can't wait. I wish, we kind of got unlucky a little bit. When it's in Nashville, it's fantastic because it's easy for me to get in and go see it. And for people who have had the experience, Nashville's kind of got the perfect location for an arena.
Such a bad year for it to be in Tampa. I mean, you're right. In Nashville, the atmosphere with all the teams I just mentioned in Nashville, what a tough ticket, and B, what an atmosphere.
Yeah, and all those teams are relatively easy to get to Nashville, whereas Tampa is not particularly easy to get to. I understand why they move it around geographically, but there would have been obviously big contingent of Kentucky, Tennessee, Auburn, and Arkansas fans, I think, all there. I think given where the location is, I mean, it's pretty electric environment in downtown Nashville to be able to have not only the number of people that are there, but the number of fans that come and hang out in the honky tonks and drink in the bars there on Broadway and all throughout the downtown area. Just gives a nice little panache to the entire environment of the SEC.
So, Clay, better chance of happening, the SEC gets 2 teams to New Orleans in the Final Four, or gas gets to $6 a gallon?
Oh, I think gas is going to go to $6 a gallon.
Will it go to 7?
It might. I mean, what is it now? I mean, it's I paid.
I think it just popped over 4, right?
Yeah, 4 around here.
It's the highest. It's the highest it's ever been. I think the average price of gas right now is $4.17 nationwide per gallon. So I think we'll get to 6.
You were in Houston.
If I were betting.
You had the Clay and Buck show in Houston last week. I think it was last week. Did you get a chance to do the Houston rodeo while you were there? Did you get out and see any of that?
No, Buck went. I came back because my kids are all on the weekend. We have a billion different sporting events that are going this time of year because you got basketball overlapping with baseball, overlapping with soccer. Like, I can barely keep up with it at all. So I got an early morning flight to come back Saturday. We had an awesome big public event on Friday. We need to come down to Birmingham and do an event with you guys at some point surrounding. I know the USFL is launching soon, and Fox is pretty committed to that. So I think we'll probably be down, or at least I will. I don't know if Buck will be able to make it, but at some point in April. We did the show from Birmingham for the Ole Miss Alabama game. I'm sure you guys remember because I did your show from Innisfree, I believe, on that Friday before the game. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and Houston is a great town. I love it.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, also Fox Sports. Follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis. Clay, thank you for the time. Always fun.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline is where you found Clay.
Listen, I never had even heard of the Houston Rodeo, and just a couple of people had gone. It popped up on my timeline, and then I clicked on Clay's show one day, and he was broadcasting from Houston, and Buck was talking about going out to it.
You ever been to a rodeo?
No, but this is like it's all volunteers.
Yeah.
That puts it on, and it's like multiple weeks long in Houston. People who may have gone or from Houston.
How long has it been going on? And the reason I ask is, Urban Cowboy Cinematic Classic, 1980, and Gillies was so big then, and they had the rodeo in Gillies.
And is that Houston?
Yeah, it's Pasadena. So Pasadena is a suburb of Houston. Yeah. So I'm just wondering if there was any kind of correlation or relation between Gillies and the Houston Rodeo.
I don't know the history, but it looks like a really big, humongous a Texas Mardi Gras, or huge multiple state fairs in Houston while it's all going on. Just outdoor parties and music and rodeos.
Yeah,
and a lot of volunteers involved.
Yeah, we my wife and I went to the one in the Stockyards in Fort Worth.
I hear great things about that.
Oh, it was fantastic. I'd never been to a rodeo. It was very entertaining, and so we went to we went and got a place at one of the steak places right there in the Stockyard. decided to go to the rodeo, so went and bought tickets, had a blast, and then went to Billy Bob's, which is just around the corner.
Yep.
And saw
Cross Canadian Ragweed?
No.
Charlie Daniels.
No, gosh,
Travis
I
Tritt.
wish. I think Charlie Daniels has already passed. It is. It's not a big. Whiskey Myers, I think, is their name.
I
They're,
like
they're
Whiskey
starting to make it a
Myers,
little bit in the country. They were really good that night. But
In the
Billy
country?
Bob's in the country genre. Billy
If they were
Bob's
playing on the south side tonight, old Jimmy Active would be
Jimmy
there.
Active would be there, front row.
I would love to chase down Whiskey Myers tonight.
So, but Billy Bob's, if you've never been to Billy Bob's in Fort Worth, it is well worth it. Have you guys been?
No, they did so when Michigan played Alabama in that kickoff classic or whatever in Arlington, I called up the owner of Billy Bob's and got him to do a campaign when we were on Jocks.
Right.
Directing, hey, our listeners are going to be going out there. So I did some advertising with them, but I've never been.
Billy Bob's is a really, really cool place. They've got
it's the largest bar in the world, I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it just keeps going and going and going and going.
Great Cross Canadian Ragweed live album from Billy Bob's.
And they've got the hand imprints from all the famous people that have played there, and like Johnny Cash has got lipstick all over it, where the girls put the lipstick on and kiss it and leave it. I mean, it's a really cool place.
I wonder what like a Monday night at Billy Bob's is like.
This is a random weeknight. And it was pretty packed. I think this might have been a Thursday night, maybe.
Jason says, I grew up in Houston, and the rodeo was big in the 80s. Saw George Strait in Alabama and back-to-back days there. So it's really, really a good time. Got to get out there for that one time. Going back to Austin soon, too. Maybe even before the Alabama-Texas game.
Keep planning, man. Keep planning.
Yeah, don't want to die, LT. All right, developing news after I tell you about our friends at Bud Light Next. You see the sign rolling behind us right here, Bud Light Next. Our friends at Bud Light, they've been working for a long, long time to come up with the newest and biggest innovation in beer, and then boom, they did it. It's Bud Light Next. It's only 80 calories. It's 0 carbs. It is the can you will be seeing on the lake, at the beach, on the golf course, all spring and summer long. 80 calories, 0 carbs, a light body, crisp taste. It's what's next. Hope you're ready. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer. The SEC has voted for the Coach of the Year, Brownie.
It is Bruce Pearl. This is the SEC coaches, by the way, that vote for this. So this is not media. This is SEC coaches. The SEC Coach of the Year is Coach Bruce Pearl. I don't know that you could have gone another way.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty obvious vote. Jabari Smith is your Freshman of the Year. Again, not sure you could have gone another way on that one.
Don't think you can.
Walker Kessler's your Defensive Player of the Year.
Don't think you can.
Not sure you could have gone another way. They got all these right. These are easy votes, but sometimes they don't make the easy votes right. But Coach Bruce Pearl is your SEC Coach of the Year.
But there was a time at Tennessee and some at Auburn where Bruce winning Coach of the Year didn't happen because of some hard feelings with other coaches. Yeah. They were jealous or holding a grudge or something. So it's not always easy to win over your peers that you hit over the head.
This is the third time, though, he's won it. And a lot of times.
Tennessee?
Yeah, twice at Tennessee and once here at Auburn. So
now think about that. He's won the regular season once. Now they vote on it before the tournament, so when they won the tournament, the Final Four doesn't count.
Yeah, they were a 5 seed. So
he won the SEC once at Auburn early on and did not win it.
I wonder who won it that year. But you got to look at it and say 3 times, because once, like John Calipari will never win this thing, right? Calipari's probably won all that he'll ever win of SEC Coach of the Year, saving the same way in football.
But Calipari's won it in 3 different conferences.
Yeah, but my point is, once you reach a certain level, you pretty much quit winning these things because we expect it out of you now. So for him to win it 3 times is pretty remarkable, really.
Yeah. So Pearl, he may be to that level where he doesn't win it again at Auburn.
Well,
because
it'll be tough.
People will expect it from him.
I mean, at some point now, if Bruce Pearl isn't contending for the conference in a 1 seed, he's probably not had the year people expect out of him.
Coming up, Lunsford will throw what we're watching tonight out, and that includes I think we're giving out 5 or 6 bids today, automatic bids. So a lot of basketball. Brown was infatuated with the Chattanooga Furman game last night. Maybe some great March Madness basketball happening for you tonight, and we'll get into some more discussion about what's going on in college football, including Kentucky, who gets out on the spring practice field today. That's all coming up. Show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Listen, you heard LT ask Clay about gas prices going up. You don't know what's happening out there. You got to use your biggest asset the best you can. That's the home that you own, right? Best mortgage. maybe a refinance, whatever you're doing, there's only one place to listen to. That's our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, we're all searching for a little certainty in life that doesn't stop when it's time to buy a home. Lucky for you, Mortgage Right can provide a secure and seamless pre-approval process that will get you that much closer to owning the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's pre-approval experts will get you the verification and reassurance you need to master the mortgage process. Plus, with a Mortgage Right pre-approval, you'll know your home buying budget and will be able to shop with confidence. Don't let doubt keep you shut out. Start your home buying journey today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Bruce Feldman coming up at the top of the hour. Bruce is going to be with us to talk about his list of the top 25 coaches. He's got that at The Athletic. Stuart Mandel, his colleague, also did the top 25. A little different on each sides of that. We have breaking news about LT's
Non-stop,
favorite
man.
person. It's just that day. It's just that day. But first, Lunsford's viewing menu tonight, and it's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, our friends at New Life Art. We are doing a special promotion here on the Next Round. All you got to do is go to nextroundlive.com and enter your T-shirt design. Enter to win. It's that simple. Did we get any yesterday?
We got a couple. I think I have a winner.
We have found a winner.
Wait, my friend hadn't sent his in yet.
Well, tell your friend to get off his bed.
He'll get it on the second
Well,
cycle.
and let me say this. You're going to have time. We're going to do this throughout the summer. So we're going to have multiple winning entries, hopefully, as long as they're good enough. I love hearing that, though, Lunsford. Can't wait to get a look at that. New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com.
Okay, this breaking, I don't want to piss Ashley off in the chat room here. This is A-list breaking news. So you're going to have to pause on the viewing
I know
menu,
who this
okay?
is. I haven't seen it, but I know who this is.
Aaron Rodgers is no longer holding the Packers hostage, Brownie.
According to Pat McAfee.
Who would know?
He says, breaking, according to my sources, I'm going to guess it's Aaron Rodgers. Goes on with him once a week, right? Aaron Rodgers will officially be returning to the Green Bay Packers. There is no deal in place currently, but there is said to be a cap-friendly deal on the way.
Ian Rappaport has the deal.
Oh, does he?
Real quick, ridiculous. He waits till day of.
Real quick, McAfee says retirement was a real consideration. A real consideration. All right, go ahead.
Okay, in Rappaport's deal, Rodgers has agreed to a 4-year, $200 million deal, making him the highest paid player in NFL history. He gets a whopping $153 million guaranteed, and his cap number goes down. A monstrous commitment by Green Bay for years to come. Aaron Rodgers will no longer ever hold the Packers hostage again.
So he's 38. Look, and the way he played this past year, I mean, he was the best quarterback in the league. So I don't see the skills diminishing over the next couple of years. I don't think retirement was ever an option. I think he loved the drama, my opinion.
Yeah.
And look, he was going to get paid more, and the cap number goes down, so they're going to be able to go out and they're going to be able to re-sign some guys. Devontae Adams should fall right into place now.
Well, Devontae Adams, I mean, today is the tag day. The deadline's today at 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central, as you watch us here live at this point. So Devontae is a guy who they could tag, and I think he'd make $25 million, something like that, is the tag number for receivers. They say a deal's not signed yet with Rodgers, but he's agreed to terms. I assume you don't agree to terms unless something's already a wink and a nod on Devontae Adams, right?
He feels good about it, that's for sure.
And the relationship he's got out. I mean, the Packers have said this all along. I mean, whatever the guy wants, we're going to make it happen for him, and we love to be able to be a little flexible when it comes to this cap number because there are other guys out there, including Devontae, they want to be able to re-sign. But for this news to come from Pat McAfee, really the only guy that gets the exclusive interview week in, week out, it's got to be legitimate.
Yeah, and Rappaport backing it up with Packer sources on what the deal is. So it's going to happen, a monstrous commitment there. And so just breaking news everywhere. Bruce Pearl's your SEC Coach of the Year. Aaron Rodgers is re-signed. The hot ones are out. Lunsford won $1 off of Forrester and me spinning that colorful wheel we have in the back. During commercial breaks,
Degenerates. That's the word.
Well, I mean, my gosh, y'all got a problem. What are you doing?
We go back in commercial breaks, and we have a color wheel back there, and we just pick a color. You can't pick red because there's 4 slots of that, but you pick one of the other 2 slotted ones, and we all put $1 in. If we lands on one of yours, you win it, and Lunsford won.
Oh, big fat dollar from Lunsford there.
Y'all want to play next round? There's 5 colors.
Do you know what?
Again, not enough action for me.
Let's get into the back.
But if we do it every single break,
Freaking
eventually
dollar.
it'll add up.
It drives Rockstar crazy when we go in there and spin the thing when he's here.
And he's on vacation.
One day, Lunsford and Scott will back this up. One day, how many slots are there on there, you think? 20?
16.
16 slots.
18, I think.
I wrote Rockstar's name on there, and I said, if it hits this slot, I'm going to come spin it every break. And what's Rockstar said, it hits that slot. Roy says, of course.
I didn't know what the wheel was for.
It's going to be for fun later on.
Yes.
Nobody knows it exists yet.
Yeah,
So
well, they do now.
forget we said anything.
Standard Dunaway fashion.
Now, if you really want to gamble every segment, we
Men
can
in
figure
Black.
something out.
Men in
Dunaway.
Black.
I remember Men in Black.
Well,
No,
yeah.
Dunaway got pissed at me and you one time because we were gambling at the SEC baseball tournament on whether or not the ball stays on the mound when the catcher rolls it back.
End
I
of
was
the
in on
inning.
that.
No, you got mad at me and Lance one time because you were in on it, but we were paying too much attention to it, not enough to the show.
I mean, we're not. You stopped doing the show to pay attention to it.
Well, there was one that was it was debatable. It was either on the grass or on the dirt, and me or Lance won the money.
That seemed like a bigger moment than talking about Vanderbilt up 3-2 on South Carolina in a meaningless game.
We never once talk about the baseball when we're out there.
That's true.
We go out there and do a football show while baseball is being played underneath us. All right, Forrester. All
Wait,
right.
real quick, though. I know Brown didn't want him to the AFC. There were rumors that Denver was obviously in the mix. Pittsburgh was in the mix. Aaron Rodgers coming back, I wanted this guy gone out of the NFC. Now, as soon as I say that, the guy hadn't been to a Super Bowl in over a decade. How about you as a Tampa fan? Did you want him out?
I've won a Super Bowl in the last 2 years. What about your team?
Yeah, but still.
So I'm not worried about him.
I wanted him in the AFC if it was Miami. I mean, yeah. I mean, I would have taken that. He's going to be now. Darren Ravel points this out that he'll be the first NFL player in history to make $400 career, or $400 million career earnings.
Wow.
First NFL player. So we've broken the $400 million mark now.
Now, if he never wins one, with the money he's
got
made,
one.
He's got the one, but if he never wins another
if
one,
he never wins another one, I mean, this almost passes Dan Marino is meat on the bone. Would you guys not agree?
Well, probably, but I mean, he's won one. He's won one. Brett Favre won one. Dan Marino won 0.
Yeah, but I mean, there's other guys that have got one now.
Well, Eli
Trent
Manning
Dilfer's
won
got
2. So I mean, how much value is in that?
Brad Johnson's got one.
Yeah. So I think some of it's the team around you. The fact that they've been a 1 seed a lot. Now, that hurts you, right? Because you've been the best in the regular season over 16, 17 games, and then you can't do it in the playoffs. Then we start talking, is he bad in the postseason?
Yeah,
can he win big games?
MVPs in football are quarterbacks that are going to have such a great season. They are going to be a 1 seed, and they find their ways to Super Bowls.
But your question is, if I've paid this guy, and the Packers will have paid every dime of the $400 million. He hasn't played for anybody else. If I've paid this guy $400 million, and it'll actually be more than that, he's guaranteed to be up to $445. If I've paid him at the end of his career $445 million and I have 1 Super Bowl, I don't feel like I got return on my investment.
Yeah, but let's put this into context a little bit. Like Smoltz, Glavine, Maddox, that great pitching rotation, that Hall of Fame pitching rotation, they won 1 World Series.
That is correct.
They underachieved.
Yep.
They did.
Because they were always in the playoffs. They underachieved.
They did.
Yep. 3 Hall of Famers. They had great careers, but they underachieved.
But again, it's more difficult to do in baseball.
Ooh, I don't know that that's true.
Then win the Super Bowl?
Then winning the Super Bowl? I think
Well,
Super
how about
Bowl.
this? As great players, you've got to – this makes any sense. Obviously, these are both team sports. In basketball, you get one great like a Michael Jordan. He can find a way. But one great quarterback usually equates to championships. I mean, we've seen Peyton Manning win multiple championships. Tom Brady's got, 7.
He's got them all. Yeah.
Joe Montana had multiple.
Yeah.
I mean, the best of the best have got multiple.
But there are certain teams and or stars that sometimes only get one, and that one takes a little bit of the heat off of them.
But the crazy
but not
thing
all of it. I mean,
is he got one so early.
Right.
Yeah, you would think he'd have multiple.
Yeah, and he's gotten better every year. When he got his one, he was an elite quarterback. He was a top 5 quarterback back then, but he's so much better now. That's what doesn't make any sense, and I think he's got his best receiver that he's ever had.
Yeah.
Oh, I would agree, yeah.
I would agree with that, but I never think of the Packers defense like I think of, say, the Patriots defense.
Yeah, but I thought Joe Barry had a pretty good defense this year. I mean, I don't know the numbers, but I would think that they were top 15 in everything.
Yeah. Like Matt Stafford finally won a Super Bowl. When I think of the Rams, I think of your great defense.
Yeah, but the defense
Tom
statistically wasn't as good this year as it was last year.
I know, but they were good defense. And Tom Brady, they won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, but they won it because of their defense. So it takes great quarterbacks can do a lot, but sometimes it takes that other side of the ball too.
But that's he's been in 2 Super Bowls, right? Been in 2, won 1. Am I right about that?
I think he's only been in 1.
He's only been in the 1?
I think against Pittsburgh, I think that was it.
Wow. I mean, if I've paid $445 million. I
mean, Jared Goff's been in the Super Bowl.
I've got 1 Super Bowl. No, you're right. That is the only one he's been in, now that I think about it. Yeah, if I've paid that money and I've only won the 1 Super Bowl, I feel like I've not gotten return on my investment. I mean, that was a great Super Bowl, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I think the discussion starts to move to he can't win big games. They're the 1 seed. They're at home. Everything's laid out for them, and they lose big games.
I don't watch those games and feel like it's him costing them the game, though, is the weird thing. I don't necessarily disagree with your argument, but I don't watch that game. Like, I watched the Titans game. Sorry, Lunsford, to bring this up. Ryan Tannehill lost them that game.
Yes,
he lost them that game.
Look,
100%
and going back to the divisional game they lost against San Francisco in that weather, there was a block punt for a touchdown, but he missed some throws in that second half.
Yeah,
I mean, offensively, after that first possession, they didn't score again.
Yeah, but the year before in San Francisco just ran it down their throat, or 2 years before, whenever that was.
A couple great questions in the Farmfolio chat room. First, Ryan makes a great point. Ryan, a rarity on the show. Ryan, not this one, making a great point. Breeze
delivered that line so smoothly there.
Breeze got his Super Bowl early. Wilson Super Bowl early. Rodgers early. None went back. I mean, that's
so true.
Wilson won it, went back, should have won it again.
Yeah, lost because they didn't run.
Was Breeze kind of in the middle of the career? I mean, I know it seems forever ago because it was 12 years ago. But he had been with San Diego for a few years.
Yeah, I guess what he's saying is he played a good bit after that. Never
because a lot of chances.
Yeah, a lot of chances. They were always really good.
And I heard this point this morning is so true. Russell Wilson, one of the reasons he got his is because Seattle was able to pay everyone else because he was on a rookie contract. I think Aaron Rodgers first, he was still on a rookie contract.
Yeah, Breeze year 3 in New Orleans. That was his year 4 in New Orleans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of a lot though. He was there for a long time. And the other one is Maxwell. So are they going to trade Jordan Love now? Or is he going to be a 4-year backup?
We saw him start the 1 game against Kansas City. He was really average. I don't know what you could expect. He was going against a pretty good team in Kansas City. They stayed in that game. I think they lost by a touchdown. I don't know if you've got enough sample size if you're in another team. What's he worth to you?
I would not want him in Tampa. I'd rather go with Jimmy G or roll with whoever we have on the roster and wait and see if we can draft a guy in the future. I don't like the way he looks.
Again, call me lazy. If I'm Jordan Love, I'll collect my money. I'll sit here.
I'll sit here and watch this whole thing.
Yeah, why not?
Best seat in the house.
All right. Lunsford, what are you watching tonight, man? After Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
We'll get there, Luns.
Hang tight.
Come on, Lunsford.
Hey, we got a great deal going there at Nichols Outfitters. While supplies last, purchase any Christensen 30 caliber or smaller and get a free silencer with your purchase. Those of you know that's big savings with your gear, and it will not last long, so go see the guys with world-class service in guns, archery, and all things outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
Despite all the sports going on right now, March Madness, seeds getting locked up, and breaking news, it's Oscar season as well. The Oscars coming up here in a couple of weeks. Lance, I don't know where you stand on this for Best Actress, but Jessica Chastain just won the SAG Award for Best Actress for The Eyes of Tammy Faye.
She was good.
Yeah, I think she's going to end up getting it just based on where this is kind of going. I thought Nicole Kidman was really good.
She was. No, I watched them both,
but I haven't seen Jessica Chastain's performance
I watched them both.
You kind of scared me off of it.
I would say Nicole Kidman better as Lucy than Jessica Chastain was as Tammy Faye.
I would agree with that, and I would say that movie was better than The Eyes of Tammy Faye overall.
It was, definitely. Now,
but did Javier Bardem do such a good job that he kind of overshadowed Nicole Kidman? Because that can happen in the performance.
That movie. Yeah,
oh, really? You think so?
I thought it was.
See, I thought Nicole Kidman was obviously better than Javier Bardem.
The whole, all 4 of them, I thought were really good, and I think that as a whole made it better than The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Andrew Garfield had a banner year as well with Spider-Man. Tick, Tick, Boom got nominated for that, and then he's in this as well.
Tick, Tick, Boom good?
It's a musical, so I don't know if you like it or not, but It's the same guy that did Rent, Jonathan Larson. I'm a big fan of his. But yeah, it's pretty good. It should have been nominated for Best Picture. But anyway, tonight, 5:50 p.m. on HBO. Isaac Tammy Faye. Also, that's what The Righteous Gemstones is based on too. Is that family basically?
Okay, I might actually watch that.
I mean, don't let me scare you off. I just it got a little old after a while.
Have you seen The Righteous Gemstones?
I have not. No.
Yeah.
Second season a lot better than the first. If you tap down the first season, go back and watch the second season.
Season 2 is really good.
Yeah. Tonight, 6 p.m. on Showtime, a little bit more of an artsy movie. Brown, stay far, far away from this because it's kind of close to Macbeth. But The Green Knight, don't know if you saw that or not, but kind of a King Arthur style story.
So give everybody the description of The Green Knight.
The Green Knight.
You guys tell me if you want to say. If you're running to your couch to watch it, so just listen to this.
I didn't write an official description down, but basically Green Knight is Sir Gawain, I think is his name. He's a knight for King Arthur. He wants to prove himself, and so the Green Knight comes in. He's like a monster kind of, and he says, I'll give any of your knights a blow on my head for free as long as I can return the favor a year from now. And so dude goes up, cuts his head off, and the guy picks his head up and walks out. So then he has to live for.
So now for the whole year, I got to worry about this guy putting his head back.
Well, I'm gonna
shat your pants.
He's going to put his head back on and be pissed.
Yeah. So anyway, all that plays out. But Dev Patel's the main guy. Joel Edgerton's in it. Sean Harris, Alicia Vikander, a lot of big people in it. And then at 8 p.m. on Sci-Fi, The Fifth Element. I think one of the greatest sci-fi movies ever made.
Wow,
with,
I've never heard that from anyone.
Wow.
It's a good one. I mean, it's old. It's from the mid '90s. But
are you caught up on Severance? I am all in. 4
I am
episodes
still
in.
an episode behind, I think.
Oh, you need to catch
That's
it
the
up.
one where the office and they put together your personal life and your office.
You're an innie and an outie. So your innie is like you don't
associate anything from work and personal.
Once you're the innie, then you have no idea what your outside personality is like or any of your friends.
I watched the trailer and it looked weird.
And once you're outside, you have no idea what your internal workings are.
And see, I never thought it was that bad until you see them. So like imagine our elevator. When you get on that elevator every day and go down, basically there's like a tone that plays and it triggers your mind to go back to your personal life. Imagine every time you step on that elevator and the door closes, it instantly opens back up and you're back at work.
Yeah, that's what it is. And it kind of gives me chills to even talk about it. The philosophy behind this show is so deep, and it's obviously sci-fi, but man, it is it's really demented that somebody has come up with this. But I mean, I've enjoyed it.
Who was behind it? Is somebody famous?
Ben Stiller.
Yeah, Ben Stiller. That's right.
Wow.
Surprised he came up with it.
Because is it really?
Ben Stiller.
Is it a dark comedy? Is it just dark?
There
is it just
is
sci-fi?
really not much funny about it.
Really, the funniest person in it is like a former producer of y'all's. That it reminds me just of him, and he's kind of the comic relief of the entire thing that works with him. It's 4 people that kind of work like in a clump of cubicles, and they're kind of the 4 that it revolves.
John Turturro is one of the guys.
He does look just like him, by the way. I saw it in the trailer. Oh my God, they have never looked more alike than
Well,
they
I'll
do.
tell you, Adam Scott's a good actor.
Oh no, I like it. He looks so old in this show, though.
No, he does.
Compared to Parks and Rec, he looks like he's 50 years old.
I never watched Parks and Rec. People swear by it. I probably need to go back and check it out. But in Step Brothers, he played that role so well.
He did.
But he is really good in Severance. Like I think he'll be nominated for awards next year.
All right, that's what Lunsford is watching tonight. All of our show is being brought to you in part, not all of our show. The show's being brought to you in part by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. You talk about a great financial decision. Montevallo can be that for your son or daughter if you're looking for a great education. 5 years now. 5 years they have voted not to raise the tuition. 5 years. You know what's happened in the last 5 years, right? A lot of financial collapse because of the pandemic and everything. Montevallo, nice financial situation. They've decided we're not raising tuition. Not going to put that on the parents of our students. 5 years of not raising the tuition. You can find out why your son or daughter belongs at the University of Montevallo. Great class sizes, buildings going up everywhere, and a lot more great things at Montevallo. Take an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Back in a moment.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
SEC Coach of the Year is Bruce Pearl. The ACC just named their Coach of the Year. It's Wake Forest is Steve Forbes. After LT tells us about our friends at Simpio, I'll tell you an interesting fact about Forbes and Wake Forest.
Hey, Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employee benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio is going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys at Simpio today, 205-635-7467, or go online for more information to Simpio.com.
Steve Forbes winning the ACC Coach of the Year, paired with Dave Clawson winning the ACC Football Coach of the Year.
Gotta be a first ever.
Makes it the first ACC tandem repeat since 2005 for any team in the ACC. And then for Wake Forest, it hasn't happened since 1960. That happened one other time. But can you tell me the last football-basketball tandem to be Coach of the Year in the ACC back in 2005?
Chuck Amato and Sidney Lowe.
Great guess. That is incorrect, but that's
How's
a great,
it a great guess if it's incorrect?
Well, I'm just saying it's a great guess. I mean, two names I would not expect you to call out there. So it would have been 2004 football, 2005 basketball.
I will go I get the next Jim Boeheim and Paul Pasqualoni.
Well, I got the story about how Boeheim met his wife after this.
I'm more interested in that. But I'll keep guessing. I am going to go Mike Krzyzewski and David Cutcliffe.
Oh, great guess, but wrong.
Paul Hewitt and Paul Johnson.
Oh, Georgia Tech. Wrong.
Y'all are great at missing.
What?
You're great at missing.
I know, but every guess knows that's a great guess. It's wrong.
No, I mean, you're connecting really good ACC coaches.
Well, hell, I'm just saying.
What
it was at the same
about
time.
Frank Beamer and Seth Greenberg?
That is it.
Oh, you got it.
Frank Beamer and Seth Greenberg.
Seth was on the bubble, though.
Yeah, Frank Beamer and Seth Greenberg, 2004, 2005, Virginia Tech, the last tandem to end up doing that.
Some people wanted that Steve Forbes cat to get the Bama job when Nate Oates got it.
They did.
He's obviously a pretty good coach.
He is. I'm not sure many people are unhappy with Nate.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah,
I'm
do you
just
guys
saying.
remember how good the Wake Forest job was? Again, the whole ACC is just completely, just imploded. But
Wasn't that back when Dave Odom was coaching? Well, he was coaching Tim Duncan.
Randolph Childress was a great point guard, but it helped when you had a Tim Duncan that wanted to stay for 4 consecutive years.
Yeah.
But, they were a 1 seed.
Yep.
That's the second mention of Randolph Childress in your presence today.
I know.
Whoa.
Isn't that crazy?
Where was the other?
I gave it to Dunaway because he was the analyst with Tom Hart on the Furman Chattanooga game that I was enthralled with, is Dunaway said.
Brown has watched his limit of 5 basketball games this year.
Were they at the game?
Did you see the Furman Chattanooga game last night? It was amazing.
I do this every year, and I don't know why.
I go to the games, Brown.
I know. Say,
the bigger shocker is you weren't swinging a club during that game.
Oh, it was nighttime.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was the game tipped to 4, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep the guessing game going. Y'all want to guess how Boeheim met his wife?
He fixed a flat. She had a flat tire on the side of the road, stuck in Syracuse, New York, and he fixed a flat.
Guess. That's wrong.
No, I think they were playing the ring toss at Floribama.
Whoa, that's another good guess. Wrong. Lunsford, you want to chime in? Just a wild
guess? Could you
guess?
imagine Boeheim with his horrible disposition coming up on some lady with a flat tire? There's no way he'd fix
Even
a flat
worse,
tire.
Boeheim trying to pick up at a bar.
I have no idea. They met at some concert. They were probably the oldest people out.
Yeah, the Killers concert.
Incorrect. Okay, here we go. I'll give you one hint. Rick Pitino. Now, how did they meet?
She was at an Italian restaurant in a back booth.
Brown.
Next.
Local guy.
Let me finish. Next to the Pitino booth. And Jim Boeheim walked in and said, "This is unsavory." And he took her out of the situation, and they went to a Mexican restaurant and half later.
I am going to say that Rick Pitino's wife was in her tennis group at the country club. Introduced him.
John, one of our great listeners listening to us.
So this could be bullshit.
No, it's not. It's 100% true.
How do you know?
I went and researched.
Okay.
I saw it on the internet.
Well, it wasn't on Wikipedia.
Boeheim met his wife, who's from Alabama, at a Kentucky Derby party of Rick Pitino's.
Oh, that was my next guess.
Up at Churchill Downs.
Bet you got a big hat.
I bet they did.
Kentucky Derby party, huh?
Yeah. How about that?
I could see Boeheim try to pull the seersucker suit off, can't you?
I just...
With a little white derby?
Yeah.
Little white hat?
Boeheim seems so absolutely miserable to be around. He just seems like a miserable human being.
Not as miserable as Popovich, though, who, by the way, set the all-time wins record.
I saw that. Yeah, Pop does seem a little miserable, but Boeheim just seems like he's always in a crap mood.
But, honestly, when
Most
Wimp
coaches.
when Wimp is coaching, doesn't
he
seem that way?
Wimp still seems that way.
And then when we have him on the show, he's only that way 70% of the time.
How many coaches, though, really seem pleasant?
That's a great point.
I mean, it's about 15, 20%. I mean, Bruce Pearl
Brown's new guy.
Seems pleasant, right?
Who's my new guy? Shane Beamer?
No, your new guy down at
Mike
Miami.
McDaniel?
He's got to coach
he's
game.
very pleasant.
Yeah, Bruce Pearl seems like he's always
Sean
a good man.
McVay, you got to say, he's been in the league long enough. I mean, he does, though, right? Sean McVay's a positive guy.
But there's not a single coach in any sport that I would want to take a car trip with. Name me one. One coach in any sport that it seems like it'd be fun to take a car trip with him.
Dana Holgerson.
Oof.
I can't remember her name.
I bet
but
he turned
the
it off.
Vanderbilt women's basketball coach back in the early 2000s. There was one really hot coach for a brief moment of
Don't
Andy.
remember that
Can't
name.
remember her name.
Right.
What is
I'm
the
gonna
Kim Malanky? Who's the chick for LSU now?
Kim Malanky.
Whatever, Malanky.
she'd be fired up.
The Baylor.
She's got a dash name. Kim something Mulkey Spears or something like that.
She got on this official's ass. We were at Creekside Barbecue and it was on, so I was watching it.
Oh, she came out on the court.
Oh, my
Yeah, she lit him
God.
up.
She did. We got to get to Bruce Feldman. He'll be on in just a second when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. It's been about a month since we started our weight loss challenge, and thanks to Leslie and the crew over at Way to Wellness, I am down over 30 pounds. I can really tell the difference in such a short period of time, and guess what? You can too. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about how you can start living a healthier lifestyle, and then see if you can beat us here at the Next Round as we continue to lose weight and feel great. That's aplanforme.com for more information from our friends at Way to Wellness.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, a new hour halfway through the show. This hour brought to you every day by Champy's world famous fried chicken right there in 119 in Alabaster. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the best I've ever tasted right there. Chicken on a stick and a lot more. You can go online, champy'schicken.com, to see the full menu. Order ahead, swing by there, pick up lunch and dinner. They'll cater your parties, things at the office, whatever. champy'schicken.com, the best I've ever had right there. Glad to have them along this hour. We're about to talk to Bruce Feldman, a couple of stories developing out there. Bruce Pearl is the SEC Coach of the Year, as voted on by the coaches. Former Alabama receiver Calvin Ridley suspended for the 2022 season at least. Indefinite suspension for the NFL for gambling. Aaron Rodgers has agreed to a new deal that resets the pay scale for quarterbacks. $153 million of it is guaranteed, and he now becomes the first NFL player to pass the $400 million earning mark. Those are the big headlines.
Bruce Feldman is with us. You read him at The Athletic. You follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. If you don't, you should be. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Bruce? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Good to be on with you.
It's always fun talking football with you. You guys at The Athletic are talking about your top 25 coaches in college football. You've dropped Nick Saban down to number 5, Bruce. And no, he hasn't, of course. Nick Saban is still number 1. I mean, it's been that way for a while, where it's pretty easy to start at the top of this list, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, it is the biggest no-brainer there is. And actually, I mean, I feel like I've said this for about 5 years. I feel like he's hands down the greatest coach college football's ever seen. I mean, what he's done there is, 7 national titles, 10 SEC championships. I mean, when you would think complacency and all those things, the assistant coaches come and go, and he just keeps winning. It's not. I mean, there's a gulf between Nick Saban and Dabo at number 2, and that's not a knock on Dabo.
Yeah, with that said, after Dabo won that second national championship and they pretty much ran Alabama off the field, people were saying, is Dabo the number 1 coach in college football? And since then, it continues to drop. What do you think it takes, Bruce, for somebody to take over number 2 from Dabo?
I think it would take, look, Kirby Smart's probably the one in the best position to do it. I think you got to win a couple of national titles, right? Now, look, what's different for Dabo, and I hope this doesn't sound like I'm demeaning, just downplaying what he's done, is he's in a pretty weak conference in the ACC. It's the Clemson right now, and now we're waiting for the next best team. Right now, the next best team might be NC State. It's that's the gap. But I remember, just towards your point, I feel like I might have been on with you guys or somebody. I feel like it might have been you guys the day of the Clemson LSU national title game, and the talk was, if Dabo wins this one, does he push past Nick Saban, right? Well, Dabo didn't win that one, and it's not like he's falling apart, but obviously Nick Saban is just keeps widening the gap. But to me, Kirby, now that he's won a national title, the way he's recruiting, I don't want to say the monkey's off his back, but there is something to, once you've won this, now let's see where they go. After that, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like Ryan Day. He hasn't won a title. He's 34-4 and 23-1 the Big Ten. But you got to win championships if you're going to get there. Same deal with Brian Kelly and Lincoln Riley. So right now it's like Kirby. If you ask me 5 years from now, could Kirby be the number 2 coach in college football? Yes, it's very possible.
And you have Kirby number 3 on your list. You can get it at The Athletic, and Bruce's colleague Stuart Mandel does his top 25 list. It looks a little different than Bruce's there. All that for you.
He's got Saban 10, right?
Yeah, all that in our morning rounds of top
He does, yeah.
of our top reads right there at nextroundlive.com. Now, Kirby moved a lot with his national championship, but just a quick pass through the entire list, not the biggest mover on the list. I think I would give that to Dave Clawson, who goes unranked in your list last year, all the way up to number 11. And this seems to be a growing consensus about just how good of a football coach Dave Clawson is, Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, look, I should have had him in there before now. A couple of things have happened. We had a bunch of guys who were on my list who either got fired or, well, Gary Patterson, whatever they did with him. You know, like Ed Ogeron was on this list, Dan Mullen was on this list, obviously Patterson. And I think in Clawson's case, I knew he was a really good coach because, I mean, he'd done it at Fordham, Richmond, and Bowling Green, but obviously those are kind of off the radar places. I mean, to see what he's done at Wake Forest, they keep getting better and better. 11-3 last year. They were number 14 overall. It's at a small school. It is not an easy place. I mean, I think a lot of people had a ton of respect for Jim Grove, what he had done there. But from everything I've heard is this program has a chance to be a top 20 program again, and it's not an easy place to win. So I think if Dave Clawson was at a bigger school, I think people would know his name. They would know what he looks like. I mean, maybe they know more about that slow mesh offense that's kind of funky that really nobody else in college football runs. But they've had a lot of success. And the other thing is, you know, he has groomed a bunch of guys who have really risen up in the coaching ranks. Remember, you know, Mike Elko was his defensive coordinator. Clark Lee, who's obviously an SEC head coach, also worked there. I mean, there's been a lot of good coaches who've learned under Dave Clawson, and I just think that, you know, he definitely deserves to be in that top 15.
Bruce Feldman is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Go subscribe to The Athletic and see this full list. Top 25 coaches in college football. At Bruce Feldman CFB is where you find him on Twitter. Look, in this, you know, you could do these a million different ways. You could do, you know, if I had to hire a coach for 10 years, that might be different than Nick Saban, who may not give you 10 years, right? But no matter how you do it, did you think there would be a time where you would have Lane Kiffin in front of Kirk Ferentz? Because Ferentz has been highly regarded his whole career there at Iowa. Yeah, you've got Kiffin in front of him right now.
Yeah, so much of it was on the upswing of last year, what he was able to do. He's out, you know, him being out here as a USC assistant, you know, 20 years ago almost, you know, and being around them a bunch. I knew he was really sharp, offensive mind. I think what has been good to see is I think he has grown up in a lot of ways. Now, he's still Lane Kiffin, but he is, you know, I think there are things where he has evolved and he has managed things better. Last year, they had a terrific year going 10-3. I think he obviously grew and learned a bunch of stuff as, you know, working for Nick Saban, and then I think he did well in Conference USA at FAU. Now, Stu has Lane up a lot higher than I did, and my question to him was, you know, yeah, I think he's trending in the right direction. At the same time, he's been a head coach 10 years, and he's only had 2 top 25 seasons, and you know, he has been at some big schools. I get it. USC was during the sanctions, but they were still taken over from Pete Carroll, you know, and it's just like, I think we need to see more consistency before he continues to move upward. He's definitely made that program interesting and relevant. I think kids want to play for him, play in that offense, and that is a big key. And, you know, who knows? Lane Kiffin could be a top 10 coach, you know, in the next 2 years if he keeps going in this direction.
Bruce, I think your top 6, I don't want to say it's easy, but I agree 100% with your top 6. Once we get to 7, though, Jimbo Fisher. I know somebody's got to be 7. And I get a lot of, I don't want to call it grief, but people might think it's kind of a running joke, my disdain for Jimbo Fisher. It's not even that. I think the guy's overrated. And outside of that national championship with a generational quarterback, why does Jimbo Fisher warrant number 7 on this list?
We call Lance sliced bread here on the show. He's sliced bread.
This is an interesting discussion because I feel like some people go, why is a guy who won a national title behind Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly and Ryan Day, who's, you know, only been there a few years? And on the same time, you know, I feel like I don't want to go all the way on where Lance is, but like if you base it, and Stu does more, I want to say Stu is more like a house cat, more the creature in the moment. Whereas, like, I will look at more of a body of work. Yes, he did win a national title 9 years ago at FSU. I don't want to factor in and say, oh, he just had a recruiting class for the ages, because we got to see if, A, those players really develop there and are as good as they were hyped to be, and B, if they actually stay there. So I don't want to go overboard on how much the recruiting merits are. He did have a terrific season in 2020. They were 9-1, and they finished number 4. If he didn't have that, and let's say it was another, even if it was a 9-4 year, because that's what A&M feels like, it's a lot of 8-4, 9, that kind of deal. I've been like, it's hard to put him in the top 10, but he did have that 1 year in his first 4 year. The counter to it, where I think Lance is probably coming from to some degree, is if you look at his last 5 years, including that year at FSU, which was his whole recruits and everything. So he's only had 2 seasons in the last 5 years where in conference they have had a better than 500 record. That's not great. Like that, I get it, that they are paying him a fortune. And it sounded like Scott Woodward was willing to pay him. My friend Brett McMurphy, I think, reported he was willing to pay him like $15 million a year. I mean, Nick Saban's not getting that money, and we know that Nick Saban is, where he sits compared to Jimbo. So I don't know if I'm arguing for Lance or with him. I don't know.
We find ourselves in that spot a lot on this show.
I will tell you, I appreciate you looking right past the "Don't Feed the Bear" sign, though, and just throwing him all these nuggets that he is writing down over here. He's going to hit us over the head with all summer. Yes.
Really, the thing is, after you get past 6, I mean, I got Kyle Whittingham at 8. Everybody knows he's a really good coach, and then you get to 9, and I have a guy that I'm constantly arguing for, and the biggest debates, like Stu seems to loathe James Franklin, and I bumped him down from 5 to 9 because they've had back-to-back dud years. But for me, and you didn't ask me this, but I still, just like with Jimbo, but also with James Franklin, I can't act like what he did at Vandy, taking that program, which has been god-awful before and is pretty much god-awful since he left. And he had him in the top 25 2 out of 3 years. I can't forget that, just like I can't forget Jimbo actually did win a national title, because if he didn't win the national title at FSU, nobody's trying to pay him, $10 million a year to coach your team.
Yeah, I was going to bring up James Franklin because you have 3 guys that went backwards in your ranking, in Matt Campbell, James Franklin, and Paul Chryst. Which one of those guys needs a good year this year the most? Is it Franklin?
Yeah, I think it is. It's not like they're going to fire him. They just paid him a fortune, and they're locked into him for a while. Now he just signed the number 6 class in the country, so that I guess bodes well. But I think you need to stem the tide. They've had a revolving door and the offensive coordinator spot ever since Joe Moorhead left to become the head coach at Mississippi State. And they've produced a bunch of players, but the wins the last 2 years just haven't been there, right? And so. And that league has gotten a little thicker right now. If you look, obviously Ohio State is on the top of its game, but Mel Tucker has made Michigan State a bigger problem for the rest of the teams in that division. Harbaugh just led Michigan to its first Big Ten title in, I guess, 17 years. So then if you're sitting there at Penn State, you're like, it was us, and we felt like it was us and Ohio State, and now all of a sudden it's gotten a lot thicker in there.
All right, he is Bruce Feldman. Go follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. He's a New York Times best-selling author. Any of his football books are really, really good. And subscribe to The Athletic so you can read where your favorite coach is and what he says about your favorite coach. Stuart Mandel doing it as well at The Athletic. Bruce, it is always a pleasure. We thank you so much for the time.
My pleasure, guys. Always good talking football with you.
You too, man. Take care. Bruce Feldman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And we appreciate Bruce being with us all the time. And don't forget, we've got poll questions that are going out, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. You can jump in on those at Next Round Live, on Twitter. And Cowan's happy to be bringing you those poll questions, and we're always happy to have the team at Cowan with us.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
All right, I got to dig through and find our polls here, Jim Dunaway. First of all, do you believe Saturday night's win was the biggest regular season win in North Carolina basketball history? Regular season. 64% said no. 36% said yes. So a lot of people agreed with you guys that was not initially what you guys initially said. I know you're on the fence now.
I changed my point of view. Yes.
Yeah. And I was trying to remember, I had an additional conversation with someone that further convinced me that it was, and they even had some facts to back it up, and I'm trying to remember who I was even talking to now.
Now, when you go to regular season wins, North Carolina's legacy is written in
postseason.
In postseason.
Yeah.
I mean, the example would be, and I'm going to go back to the Iron Bowl. Let's say that Nick Saban did do a farewell tour, or we knew it was Nick Saban's last Iron Bowl. It's in Bryant-Denny. Auburn goes in as a double-digit underdog, and they win that game outright.
Yeah, it'd be a big win, yeah.
Wouldn't be the biggest.
From last week, has Red Panda lost a step? 69% of you say no, 31% of you say yes.
Yeah, that was not a very popular poll you put out. I wish you'd put your name on that one. We caught some grief from that one.
Why is it an unpopular poll? Either vote yes or no. You literally...
What kind of grief
if you don't think she's lost a step, vote yes.
Yeah,
I didn't even see it the other night. She's lost a step.
Oh, she has not.
Yeah,
I mean, there's some still photos at AL.com that shows the bowls in the air, which really captures. She makes it look easy and moving video.
I guarantee she was better 3 years ago.
I don't think she was. She had an inferior trike at one point.
Age comes for us all, Jim.
Yep.
I don't see how a poll can be unpopular. Either it's yes or it's no.
There were some Red Panda fans who were upset that you even questioned.
Was even a question. There are Red Panda fans out there.
Go vote yes. Go vote yes. She hasn't lost step. More likely, and this is before Alabama lost to Texas A&M and LSU. No, it was before they lost to LSU. More likely, Alabama doesn't win again, 60%. Alabama makes the Sweet 16, 40%.
A long way away. Ashley chiming in from up in the Carolinas. It's the future conversation. Duke fans will always discuss Coach K, and North Carolina fans will always be able to say, what about his last game at Cameron? How'd that turn out for you?
Well, I even think part of it, too, like you said, most of your history is written in the postseason if you're North Carolina.
Well, 7 national championships.
I mean, so you judge yourself on the postseason. Like, it's a great comparison with Alabama football, right? It's hard to have a regular season win that even moves the needle for Alabama historically because they've done so much in the postseason. However, when you can say, what was the most painful Cameron Indoor loss for Mike Krzyzewski, and know beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that one, that goes a long way saying it's a big win for you, right?
It really does.
Hey, Dunaway, just quickly, what am I up stake-wise?
I think it's 4.
You see one you like?
No, I'm just because I knew he's going back. I didn't realize he was going every break and spinning the wheel. And we've got lunch coming. And just to give you the satisfaction of having something to gamble on right now, I am willing to put the over-under at 1.5 wins for Alabama moving forward for the entirety of the season, SEC tournament and NCAA tournament. So all you got to do is win 2 games.
Wait. So from this point forward, if they just go and win 2 in Tampa.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. I will take that bet, LT.
Sorry, Alabama fans.
I will take that bet. Flash the lights. Turn the lights in this Grand Ole Arena crimson.
So, Brown, just so if Alabama wins on Thursday, right?
If they beat Vandy and the coachless Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, they only need to win their first NCAA tournament game.
But if they beat Vandy, who will they play on Friday?
They get Kentucky.
Kentucky. Winnable game.
So really, it's. I mean,
Alabama's so screwed.
Yeah, I mean they are.
Well, to clear this up, if they beat the Georgia Vandy winner,
yeah, they're going to be a 6 seed. I think. I know they should have a 5
to win the bet. All they have to do is beat the 11 seed.
Right.
Okay. So it's just postseason wins.
Yep.
Thanks for clarifying. Thank you so much.
So that felt like it was just a smart ass.
I needed it. But I wanted to make sure that I understood
Here's what
I
love is how confident he is. Like, you think this is like a gimme, don't you?
No, I don't. I've got a 50-50 shot. After they beat Vandy or Georgia, I got a shot. In the NCAA tournament. They win 1 game in the tournament.
Who did Alabama lose to last year as a 2 seed?
In the
11 seed.
The tournament?
Just throwing that out there, yeah.
Yeah.
He's right about that.
No, but Alabama was one of the worst teams at turning the basketball over in college basketball. I think the number one, I think they're at the top of the SEC.
You know what you're spewing here? You're spewing regular season stats. This is the postseason.
Okay.
It's a new
This one Alabama notches it up.
It's a new season. You heard Keon the other day. It's a new season. In fact, give me cut number 2, Lunsford, cut 2. Nate Oats himself is about to tell you they're what does it say here? Flipping the switch.
We're gonna switch flip.
Here's
Damn,
Nate
I didn't
Oats.
realize this is what I didn't know they were playing possum all year.
They gotta flip that switch out there.
They got them right where they want
Let's
them.
hear it.
Nate Oats flipping the switch.
I think the biggest thing is, can you get your guys to forget about the past, whether it was good or bad year, and just really worry about today and then, pump them up with as much confidence as they can. But we've played Vanderbilt and Georgia both. The more preparation we can do on those two to be ready for that game, you got to have a good first game. And at this point, it's win in advance, and I still think if we can be defensive oriented and take care of the ball on offense, our offense will take care of itself. I know we haven't shot it great at times during the year, but we've gotten enough quality shots. I think our offense is 12th in the country right now. That's with all the turnovers we've had. I mean, if we take care of the ball, we'd probably be top 5 in the country. So defense, take care of the ball on offense, and I think we'll be all right.
That's just good coaching.
But he never said the phrase "flip the switch."
No, I'm setting it up, flipping the switch.
Okay, I anticipated that Nate Oats on that bite was going to say, "Guys, listen, we flipped the switch.
Yeah.
It's March, it's postseason. We flipped the switch. You're about to see a different team."
Kind of glad he didn't say that.
That was the sales job you gave me on that bite. I was very disappointed.
Well, I mean, you don't need to hear Nate Oats talk. I'm going to tell you what he's going to say.
Well, I know, but you had misled me on that bite.
Technically, I didn't. Forster did. Blame it on him. All right, quick break here after Brownie tells you about the great folks with Alabama Power. Stay connected. Some possibility of some thunderstorms again later today.
And then snow this weekend, of course. For more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state. That's not all. Alabama Power employees and their families contribute thousands of volunteer hours every year to support local nonprofits and community projects. Learn more at alabamapower.com/community power for a better Alabama.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. 476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brooks making the point. Brooks is a good follow on Instagram as well, SEC videos. Bama has been on Kentucky's side of the bracket in the SEC tournament in 2010, 11, 16, 17, 18, and 19, and lost to them every single time.
It's annual. I mean, it literally feels like, and there's no way, I said this the other day, there's no way the SEC can manipulate it. It's all about the standings. But it feels like the SEC every year is like, oh, Alabama, Kentucky, everybody wants to see that one, put them on the same side of the bracket. I mean, it's what it feels like. It's crazy how often they end up playing Kentucky.
Brooks, in all those years, 10, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, what wasn't happening? There was not one stake bet riding on Alabama.
Yeah.
So,
well,
you know
Alabama is due, right?
You know what I just did there?
What?
I flipped the switch.
You know what you did there? They won't even play Kentucky this year. They'll lose the first game.
You flipped
if they lose the first game, you've got serious issues.
Hey, my friend Greg from Pell City wants to help you if you've got serious issues with your roof. Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in all of the SEC. We visited with Greg just the other day when he swung by our office, and we were talking to him about the future of his company there. Locally owned for 20 years. He and his wife just celebrated an anniversary, and he's got some great plans for you in the future, which includes a free no-cost inspection. If you're looking to have that roof inspected, why pay for it? Why deal with a big company? Just deal with a locally owned guy. Here's his cell number, in fact, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. You can text him, you can call him, and set up that free no-cost inspection, no obligation there. Or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, right there. Easy access and never running away from a job. That includes when storms blow through. Greg's the first person you should call. He puts together some pictures for you and your insurance company, puts them into a little pamphlet so that you make sure you get absolutely everything you're owed from the insurance company. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, great warranties, and the insurance companies love him because he's an honest, trustworthy guy. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, Greg from Pell City and Facebook. Before we get to trash, a couple of other interesting things that are going on in the world out there. A freshman All-American receiver from Arkansas State, Corey Rutger, hit the portal yesterday. He's from the state of Mississippi. He had 9 touchdowns, 826 yards, and was a freshman All-American last year.
Mm-hmm.
Chances are he hits the SEC somewhere. I mean, if you're leaving Arkansas State, you're from Mississippi.
You're already in the geography, so
you feel like he's going to go to an SEC school, right?
Yeah.
Wait and see. I don't know where he's going to go, but you feel like he's going to go to an SEC school.
I'm Sam Pittman. I'm trying to keep him right there.
I'm trying to keep him in Arkansas. If I'm Brian Harsin, man, I need some weapons. Who knows? Alabama is going to have a bunch of young receivers. There's a proven portal guy there. Maybe it's LSU. Maybe it's one of the Mississippis. That's his home state.
This is a cool thing for a kid like this now is they can immediately make probably 6 figures in money.
They can. The other side,
NIL.
Yeah.
The other side of that is the smaller school that finds the diamond in the rough, whether by accident or by skill, develops said diamond, turns it from the rock into the diamond, and then what happens?
Yeah, he moves on, and
somebody else gets the diamond.
We said that was what was going to happen with the portal, the free movement. You'd have a tier of teams that would almost become like, in terms, AAA for some players who would want to move on to a bigger, higher exposed program. So that's one guy to keep an eye on right there in the portal. Hit it yesterday. Corey Rucker could be a good one at wide receiver for a team coming near you soon. Maybe later today, our bracket will be up at nextroundlive.com. It's brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, the bracket challenge and all of that. And we hope to have that up at nextroundlive.com later today, if not later this week, so you can go secure your place in our bracket competition. We've got a cash prize that somebody will win, and a lot of other gifts that we'll give top 5, maybe the top 10. We'll give you more details on the prizes later on, but there will be actual winners in our audience. All that is happening with our Exclusive Auto Wholesale bracket right there at nextroundlive.com. When that's live, we'll let you know so you can secure your place and make sure you're in the running when the bracket drops on Sunday with Selection Sunday. All right, 172-ish days until we get to the start of the football season. It is time for trash. Lunsford, hit it, man.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to check out the buying experience from our friends at Mortgage Right. We start first. Got to pull this up. I left my hard copy in there.
Oh, no.
Where? I'll go get it.
It is folded on the floor, Dunaway.
Like
I got it right now, though, so it doesn't matter. This is not good. A man in Thailand feeling some pain after getting shot in his manhood because he decided to allegedly go out for drinks with his friends instead of making dinner for his wife.
So she shot him between the legs because he went out with the friends, huh?
Can I ask a question? Does she have a British accent? Recently became a pastor.
Wow. According to the Daily Star, Chanita Kundrum shot Boone Chewy Mooston with a harpoon after waiting up for him to come home when he did not cook a rice dinner for her like was expected.
Are you related to the Coleman Chewy Moostons?
Now, Mooston told the Star that his wife of 21 years old then twisted the spear when it was impaled into his penis. Mooston was allegedly so drunk that he didn't go to the hospital until the next day.
No.
His junk needed 17 stitches, according to the Daily Star.
You are not that drunk.
Boone Chewy said, quote, "I will not return home for now until she cools down." I think you need to walk the other direction.
Yeah, I think this is a sign. A sign that this thing's over.
I mean, Brown, what did it for you? The actual shot, or her walking up and twisting the arrow?
Well, no. What did it for me was he was too drunk to go until the next day. You ain't that drunk, man. There is not that drunk. That drunk does not exist. That's dead. That's what that's called. That's dead.
We've got a South Florida teacher was taken to the hospital last week after she was attacked by a 5-year-old student, leaving her, quote, dazed and unresponsive, according to officials. Now, the unidentified instructor was found by first responders sitting on the ground against a wall and appearing in a faint state. Now, the victim was clearly weak and dazed, able to blink and breathe regularly, but at no point was able to vocally respond or show signs of a response, according to the report. Now, the troubling incident started when a 5-year-old boy had to be removed from a class for, quote, throwing things around and flipping chairs, according to police. The youngster was taken to an empty cool-down room where the attack on the teacher allegedly took place. Wouldn't you be like, hey, look, I don't want nothing to do with the kid in the cool-down room. Just put him in there.
El Diablo, man.
I mean, 5-year-old?
He's flipping it. He gets there, and Lenny walks up with his notepad. All right, where is he last seen? He was on the playground out by the swing.
Slide 3 right there.
Now, the teacher was taken to Memorial Regional Hospital and has since been released, while the young suspect still being investigated for possible aggravated assault with hands, fists, and feet. According to NBC News, it is unlikely he'll be criminally prosecuted. I think it is difficult to prosecute a 5-year-old.
Well, I would say, yeah.
Can you see the police walking into the cafeteria? He's sitting alone at the table, drinking chocolate milk. Tony, come on, come peacefully now, Tony.
Drinking chocolate milk, then pulls a cigarette out.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it, man. They forced me into it. I didn't want to do it.
What about when Santa doesn't bring him what he wants?
I was trying to get out, man. They wouldn't let me out.
Now the victim in her
hold him up for his mugshot.
victim in her late 30s or early 40s is 5'4" with a quote slender frame, according to the Broward Teachers Union president Anna Fusco. Do you think Anna Fusco should have said that our teacher's got a slender frame?
That is a description that doesn't seem needed here.
A 5-year-old.
5-year-old.
I don't know what a cool down room is.
I don't know, but
I mean, it seems like it's self-explanatory.
Is this what
Ryan,
happens?
But,
is this what happens when you can't paddle a kid?
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. We did not have a cool down room at Saks. I don't know about Homewood and Thompson.
No, we started getting paddled too in first grade.
Oh gosh,
no,
yes.
first grade. Yeah,
there was no cool down. It was all heat up,
and you got lit up too, especially if you're a 5-year-old hellion like this kid.
But you turned a corner at some point where you would gladly take the paddling over any other form of punishment because it was quick, done. You got out of there.
Did you ever have to write on the chalkboard?
No.
I will not, blah, blah, blah.
I'll tell you what this was. Choir teacher Connie Burleson. Wonderful lady, right?
Shout out Connie.
Shout out Connie Burleson, choir teacher.
CB.
Pride of Glencoe, Alabama. She had all these, I don't know what you would call it, like music digest or something like a trade magazine, music. Boring stuff. And if you screwed up in her class, she'd say, write 5. And you'd have to go over there and get the magazine and transcribe 5 pages of it. And you want to talk about boring, taxing
onto
work.
a white paper?
Onto notebook paper,
Did you ever tell her, look, I understand you hate your job.
No, she loved her job.
But don't push this on me.
She loved her job. She just hated a bunch of kids like me.
So if you had to write, I will not pull, Debbie's hair at recess.
Oh, I'd take a spanking before that.
Would you do it all the way across each time, or do you write,
I will, not.
I think I did it both ways.
Yeah.
But I always did my nails across the board a couple of times.
Oh, stop it,
Lance,
LT.
Quit.
Hey, so
I'd spank you for that.
General manager of a Northwest Austin movie theater believes a real-life bat got into a showing of the new Batman as a prank. Now, during a Friday viewing, one of the moviegoers said the film had to be paused when staff realized there was a real-life bat flying around the theater. Video sent from KXAN shows the incident. Now, the viewer says management paused the movie and made multiple attempts to get the bat out. Those attempts were ultimately unsuccessful.
I mean, it's actually a funny prank, I got to say, right?
There's plenty of bats in Austin, too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. You go to Austin.
How'd they bring it in? Like, I know for a Predators game, they'll sneak catfish in their pants or something like that. Like, take a live bat and, stick it in your pants.
I don't know.
Or something
That's daring.
Put it in a Ziploc.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to suffocate. Right?
Hey, just put a little hole in the Ziploc.
Give him a little breathing
Wouldn't
hole.
you be afraid that bat would bite you?
Well, yeah, it's probably rabid, right?
Yes.
Most bats are.
Now, local animal control was immediately contacted. They have been overseeing the situation to ensure guest, associate, and animal safety. Now, the theater offered to give refunds, but the majority of the crowd opted to stay and watch the film, bat and all.
It's more authentic that way.
Yeah.
It's like you're in the Batcave.
When's he going to turn into the human, Debbie?
Now, this is very creative. Amid all the heavy news from around the world, you guys will agree there's some heavy news going on around the world, right?
I would say, yeah.
Who couldn't use a little encouragement right now? How about this? Kids' voices will prompt you with a menu of options. This from a resilient group of kindergartners. If you're feeling mad, frustrated, or nervous, press 1. If you need words of encouragement and life advice, press 2. If you need a pep talk from kindergartners, press 3. If you need to hear kids laughing with delight, press 4. For encouragement in Spanish, press 5.
That's not the worst idea. Right?
Now, pressing 3 leads to a chorus of kids sounding off a series of uplifting mantras. First one, be grateful for yourself, offers one student. If you're feeling up high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs, another chimes in. Bro, you're looking great, another one says.
Bro, you're looking great.
Now, Pep Talk is the free hotline, is what it's called. It's a project from students of the West Side Elementary in Healdsburg, California.
I was going to say California. Bro, you're looking
great,
good.
Dude.
Was put together with the help of teachers Jessica Martin and Ashira Weiss. Now, Martin, who teaches the arts program at the school, says she was inspired by her students' positive attitudes, all that they have been going through, the pandemic, wildfires in the region, and just everyday challenges of being a kid. So they have launched the hotline.
Yeah.
February 26th, said there have been up to 700 callers per hour.
It's just like, when a kid has a line in a movie, you always think it's cute, right? And when the kids sing at church, you're always going to clap for that, right? When the kids choir sings, no matter how bad they are, everybody's going to clap because it's the kids, man.
Yeah.
It's cute.
So, pet food containing endangered sharks is being fed to cats and dogs by unwitting owners, a study has revealed.
I don't believe these stories most of the time.
Scientists found that several brands contained endangered species but listed only vague ingredients such as ocean fish, meaning that consumers are often oblivious. Now, the sale of shark fins has been widely publicized, but a silent contributor, the author says, is the use of shark products in everyday items such as pet food and cosmetics.
Well, I just assume that they scoop a big net through the ocean when they're fishing, pull up, they go through it like, oh, that's we can. No, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Keep the flounder.
Yeah, you sort of throw away the parts that you can sell for money, and then everything else goes to the dog food.
Well,
plant.
I just don't believe these stories because shark has got to be far more expensive to acquire than any other types of fish food. Why would you not? That's like when there's always this rumor that
here's the way it happens.
There's always this rumor, though, real quick, that like Taco Bell is serving dog meat, and I'm like, it would be infinitely more expensive for them to serve dog meat than actual beef, right? Beef is the cheapest of the meats they can buy. So why would they be serving dog meat? They're making less money doing that.
But
it doesn't make any sense.
Here's
Never
the
heard
thing.
that rumor.
You are killing the shark for the shark fin. So the carcass is the remains would be this ocean food.
Yeah.
What am I using the fin for?
There's a big market for shark fin. I don't know exactly.
I mean that's like a black market thing, but like imagine like an elephant. Okay, how many people try to get like elephant tusk? Well, if you were to kill an elephant for whatever,
what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, you get a lot of elephant.
And then the shark cartilage, you can buy that at like GNC stores.
Yeah, and then the shark teeth you buy at Alvin's Island.
Now, of the 144 samples, 45, roughly a third, contained shark DNA. The most frequently identified species was the blue shark, the silky shark, and the white tip reef shark.
Just seems like it'd be more expensive. Like go buy whiting or something like that, right? It's cheaper. For cat food? Are you more likely to buy cat food because it got shark in it? No.
I don't know. Remember when I was going to eat the cat food?
I
for
do.
The,
I do remember that. What happened there?
Please.
I don't know what happened. Remember the guy pulled it back. There was like $500 in the account.
Yeah.
And then it immediately got pulled back.
I can't really remember how that fell
I think
apart.
it got shut down by corporate.
It was years ago. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it. That doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or if you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this hour of the show always brought to you by the great folks at Champy's world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Can't beat Sterling and his crew down there. Listen, if you got club teams that are playing in the Alabaster area on the weekends, he takes the entire team, man. Bring that bus, that van on in there, and you can eat lunch or dinner there. Package it up. He caters as well. Champy'sChicken.com. Great tamales at Mississippi Delta recipe, fried chicken plates, and a lot more. Baker Mayfield getting a statue in Heisman Park. I like that. If Alabama's thinking about what to do with their Heisman Trophy winners, maybe something called Heisman Park, away from the coaches' statues. Put that somewhere over there. But Heisman Park, Kyler Murray's going to get his later on. Do you think they're saving money that Baker and Kyler are sort of shorter quarterbacks, that they're not really full-size statues? It doesn't cost as much?
Look at that little fella.
Yeah.
It's like the Nick Saban statue. It costs a lot less than me.
Nick Saban statue looks like Andy Griffith.
This is bound to happen
Life
at
size in
Alabama.
my head.
I'm an Alabama
Life
fan.
size.
It's okay.
Life size in my head.
Because how many has it been? 4 and 13 years now?
For Alabama? Yeah.
Got to do something.
Yeah,
at some
so it's
point.
bound to happen.
Yeah, got to do something somewhere for the Heisman Trophy winners because they're coming a lot now. But Baker's getting his at their spring game coming up. Kyler's is coming soon to Norman, Oklahoma. We're coming back in a moment right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. LTD and B with you as we roll on. JJ in T-Town. Oats always running, which creates turnover, shooting threes and no open twos. No real big man and not mentally preparing his players for beatable teams. Will always be inconsistent. May get to the NCAA consistently and attract good players, but will never win 6 in a row. That's a non-Nate Oats fan there. Meanwhile, Jerry Jeudy has just tweeted his reaction to Aaron Rodgers' new contract in Green Bay.
Can I guess?
Yes, go ahead.
We've got our quarterback. We don't need Aaron Rodgers.
All he does is tweet a simple sad face emoji.
Wow, never mind. So much for Drew Lock.
Jerry Jeudy not sending the Hallmark card to the fine folks there in the quarterback room, just a sad emoji face with Aaron Rodgers signing his new contract, which is record-setting, making him the highest-paid player in NFL history. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Vodka. Redmont Distilling, 121 days away from the World Games in Birmingham, and Redmont Vodka is the official vodka of the World Games.
Well, it's that time of year again. Come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness this year. The next round partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you our biggest March Madness ever. How do you enter? First, register. RedmontVodka.com/Final Pour. Second, on March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Third, submit your picks before the first game. And fourth, share that you submitted on social media. Make sure you tag at Redmont Vodka. And the next round brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly. And the next round.
Milkman 256. It's amazing how people jump off the Oats train after one off year. Milkman, take names, keep the receipts, as the kids say, because those people will be right back on if he wins 2 games, 3 games this weekend, or wins 2 games, 3 games in the NCAA tournament. All those JJs and T-Towns will be shaking that crimson and white pom-pom.
You know what's crazy, and I know some people are calling this an off year, and it has not lived up, no doubt, to the expectations that I think a lot of people had, right? Do you know how many times Alabama has been a 5-seed or better in the history of the program?
5-seed or better history of the
program.
program.
Let me just ask you this. Better than a 5-seed in the history of the program.
I would say 1 through 4, I'd say they've been in the history of the program. The seeds haven't been around forever. I'm going to say 3 times.
I would say 5 times.
They have been a 2 3 times and a 4 2 times. I mean, that's it. In the history of the Alabama basketball program.
So 5 times. Is that right?
5 times.
5 times.
A 2 3 times and a 4 2 times. That is it. Everything else, Alabama's been a 5-seed or worse. So to call this an off year, is it off from where you thought it would be? Sure it is. I think people thought Alabama would contend for a 1 this year. But historically in Alabama basketball, 5 seeds pretty dang good, man. I mean, only 5 teams have even exceeded that in the history of the program.
Right. And you don't have bad years when you beat the teams they've beaten throughout the course of the season. They've had some monumental wins. So this is not a bad year. It's really about, you've had some turbulence in the flight. You had a great takeoff. You've had to, put up the service trays and buckle your seatbelts during the flight a couple of times. But how you land the dadgum plane here at the end is what anybody's going to remember. That's all anybody's going to remember. And it's not even Tampa. It's when you get to the NCAA tournament. If they're playing in the Sweet 16, it's going to be a good year. If they're playing in the Elite 8, it's going to be the greatest year in Alabama history.
Yeah. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. All this will be forgotten about.
And just a little background on this, when we were talking about Alabama's going to be a 5 or 6 seed more than likely in the NCAA tournament, the last 6 consecutive years, a 5 seed or higher has made a Final Four.
Yeah.
When you go back last year, UCLA, a very, very average regular season, an 11 seed.
That's right.
They make a Final Four.
Had to go to the play-in game.
Yeah, the year before we didn't have because of COVID, but the last year before that was 2019, Auburn as a 5 seed.
Yep.
Before that, Loyola as an 11 seed. Before that, South Carolina as a 7 seed. Before that, Syracuse that you mentioned earlier is a 10 seed. Before that, Michigan State is a 7 seed.
Yeah. Now, I would say that UCLA last year resembles more of what this Alabama team resembles. They limped into their conference tournament and then sort of limped into the NCAA tournament and maybe got, what they did, they got hot. Auburn sort of struggled in the middle part of that Final Four season, then got hot and stayed hot through the SEC tournament and, of course, all the way to the Final Four.
Right.
That is not this Alabama team.
No, it is not. This Alabama team has been wildly inconsistent.
The proverbial flip did not switch switch on like it did that Auburn team when they went to the Final Four. So they do have to change some of their habits if they're going to win back-to-back games anywhere, Tampa or wherever they get sent for the NCAA tournament. Do you guys enjoy Selection Sunday as much as you used to?
No, I don't.
Not as much.
No, it's not what it used to be.
Why? Why do you think that is? Because I'm the same way. I mean, I have cut short rounds of golf because it is usually the first day of It's right around the start of daylight savings.
For me, I mentioned this yesterday. For like 12 years, I was a huge North Carolina fan. And I just don't have a particular team I pull for at all in college basketball. So having North Carolina, I was always interested to see where they would be. And that first bracket I would fill out, I always have them in the Final Four.
Yeah, maybe for me, as the Lenardis and Palms have gotten so good, it's almost like there's no surprises anymore at the top. Like, I remember as a kid not even having a clue who the one seeds would be, right? When the one seeds were unveiled, you're like, ooh, Kentucky's a one. Oh, Duke's a one. North Carolina's a one, I knew they were good. I know they'd be a one seed.
Yeah, so the selection show is coming up on Sunday. I'll watch it, and we'll be dialed in to see how many and which local teams we get in. Of course, UAB still fighting. The Conference USA tournament starting, is it tomorrow? Yeah, it starts tomorrow.
No, it starts today.
Oh, it does start today, not UAB.
Starts today. Look, I think this year will be fun because there will be an intrigue, and hopefully, Andy and his bunch will be able to make this run. But, is Auburn going to be a one seed? Where is Alabama going to be? And then, just seeing where the matchups are.
Right. I like to play out the path of, say, an Auburn, who they got to beat to get there, Alabama, who they got to beat to get there. It should be a lot of fun coming up on Selection Sunday. We've got 3 and out still to come. We got a conversation about a Kentucky football still to come, and some changes in college football's rule book that maybe not going as far as some of you like. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art, we've got the T-shirt competition going on. We may have our first winner in the mix, but we're going to have multiple winners throughout the spring and summer with our friends at New Life.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com. And remember, submit your shirt design and win. Head to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. Brought to you by New Life Art.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show here. We have, it's a developing situation with the team that's on the practice field today in the Southeastern Conference. I'll tell you about that after we do the headlines, which this hour brought to you by Rockstar's guy, who happens to be Lunsford's guy when Rockstar's on vacation. That's our buddy Adam Mestre.
Yeah, it's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589, or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, the Southeastern Conference Coach of the Year voted on by the coaches is Bruce Pearl. UAB's Jordan Walker is the Conference USA Player of the Year, only the third UAB Blazer ever to win that. Oliver Robinson in 1982, Aaron Johnson in 2011. Calvin Ridley is suspended from the NFL for gambling indefinitely, but at least for the 2022 season. A ton of good basketball happening tonight. And now a developing story at Kentucky. The Wildcats are on the field. And Mark Stoops, who has done everything anybody ever dreamed of and more as the coach there, but they are dragging their feet at providing him the indoor facility that he's been promised during the last two contract extensions he got.
And you can make an argument that there's not a program, at least geographically, that would need it more. I mean, they're the northernmost, Arkansas, Missouri, the northernmost, which get the worst weather in November anyway.
UK's old indoor facility is where they will be conducting likely spring practice starting today. And Nick Roush asked him the question about the indoor facility, and he says, quote, "I hope this is the last time I didn't see any cranes in there yet. Talking about that today.
I like Stoops, man. Stoops goes up there and wins some games, gets that big contract. Now he's just going to start firing from the hip.
He's all about covering,
That's
too.
right.
Yeah.
You're a guy.
Hey, I will. Bruce Feldman, who we had on earlier, did we even mention Mark Stoops in his
he had
list?
him a little low. Did you see where he had him?
Yeah, he's got him at number 15, but he wasn't ranked the year before. But still, if you would have told a Kentucky fan when you hire Mark Stoops he's going to be a top 15 coach, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, 15th best coach, and he's still with you.
That's right.
I mean, you would have said Mark Stoops had worked his way up being the 15th best coach, and he has moved on to take the X job away from Kentucky, but he has decided to stay there. It's things like this that could get him to leave if they keep dragging their foot on spending money for him. Kyle Tucker retweets that quote there and says, Stoops ain't bleeping around about getting that indoor facility.
But does it make any sense to you? And I know money does not grow on trees, but does it make any sense to you that you invest, what is he, $6 million, $6.5 million?
Yeah, I think it is 6.5.
Invest $6.5 million in your football coach, but then say, we're not going to give him the tools he needs to succeed. Well, then why are you paying him $6.5 million?
That's exactly. You got to be all in.
Yeah, go find a coach for $3 million. Yeah. If you're not going to give him the tools to succeed, don't pay the guy $6 million.
What you've got to remember is what we were before Mark Stoops.
Yeah, there are a lot of coaches that would be the Kentucky coach for $3.5 million a year.
They would, and just what you're saying, Bruce Feldman just retweets the Kyle Tucker, Mark Stoops conversation there. UK just went 10-3, 33-17 the past 4 years. Mark Stoops is thriving at a place that had won more than 8 games only 4 times in the previous 100 plus years. I'm surprised Kentucky hasn't gotten the indoor thing done already. That from Bruce Feldman moments ago.
Well, that's why I'm a little surprised at what you brought up yesterday. And was it Matt Hayes that actually wrote the new expectation at Kentucky is 10 wins?
I think Matt's a little over on that.
They've only done it twice in the program's history. I think that is insane to think that is a realistic expectation. Now, you've averaged a little over 8 wins per year the last 4 years. I think 8 wins is great.
No, I think what Matt is saying is, not to you go read the article for yourself and figure out what he's saying. I think he is saying that don't be surprised if Kentucky's got 10 wins again this year. Not that it has to have 10 wins. Don't be surprised if Kentucky's got 10 wins. It's becoming the standard there is what he's saying. It's not that's the only way you're going to judge good or bad at Kentucky is don't be surprised if you look up and Kentucky's 10-2 again.
And let me tell you this, Kentucky, and to that point, they got a chance to get out of the gate this year. To use a horse racing phrase.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday, how friendly the schedule is.
I mean, Miami, Ohio, at Florida. I mean, I think Billy Napier's, it's going to take a minute to get Florida turned around. I mean, how about Florida? They open with Utah and Kentucky. That's a tough little open for them, isn't it?
That could be an 0-2 start to Napier's career.
Easily. Then Youngstown at home, NIU at home. They're at Ole Miss. It's a tough game for them, obviously. But then South Carolina at home, State at home. I mean, before they get to their bye week and the real meat of their schedule, they got, and I say meat of their schedule, it's not even, at Tennessee, at Missouri, Vandy, Georgia, and Louisville. I mean, they could. It's not going to blow me away if this is a 9 or 10 win team again this year.
That's what we brought up yesterday. Yeah. I mean, I didn't believe it, but now when you start to look at this
I think Stoops has got a chance now, done a way to start stacking these things on top of one another.
And I'm shocked. I think it just shows you with the money in the SEC. It's not. I guess it's not realistic to say I'm going to win a national championship as a head coach just because a lot just don't do it. I mean, right now when you're looking and your top 5 right now, Bruce Feldman.
And this is Bruce Feldman at The Athletic. He listed the top 25 coaches going into this season.
Well, of your top 6, only 3 have national championships. Yep. I mean, that's how tough it is to win one.
Nick Saban is listed 1, Dabo 2, Kirby 3. Kirby moving way up. Ryan Day, Brian Kelly, and Lincoln Riley through 6. Jimbo is at 7. Kyle Whittingham's at 8. It looked like Bruce moved him up from 12 on a futures bet there, right?
Yeah.
Everybody sees what's coming for Utah. I'm going to look really smart here by moving Whittingham up.
He should have done that with Dave Clawson. And he mentioned that because you brought Clawson up, and I've always been a Clawson fan, and they're going to be good again this year. I don't think they're going to be as good, but they're going to be really good. They won't sneak up on people. If I asked you guys, if you remove Ryan Day from this list, because that's the easy, obvious answer, and I'll include anybody, even Jimbo Fisher that's won one, the next coach outside of Saban, Dabo, and Kirby to win a national championship.
Yeah, so through Ryan Day, take Day out of it too.
Take Day off.
So out of the top 4, 5 down, next one to win the national championship.
Yep. If you want to do something the rest of the show here, Dunaway, just go ahead and say Jimbo Fisher.
Well, I mean, I think Jimbo Fisher would be the answer.
I don't think he believes it, really.
No, I mean, I really do think if you take Ryan Day, who is the answer at Ohio State, if you take him off the board, I think the answer would be Jimbo Fisher. I would probably go in this order: Jimbo Fisher, Brian Kelly, Lincoln Riley.
I was going to say Brian Kelly.
Okay, just think about this, though.
I'm just
Jimbo won a big game this year, right? Before that was the last big game he won, the national championship. And I'm being serious when I say this.
You're probably right.
You're probably right.
And the reason I bring this up, in order to win a national championship, now Jimbo's going to have to win the SEC championship, the semifinal, and the national championship.
That's right. That's right.
To win 3 consecutive games, I don't think it ever happens.
Well, he's got to win 2 tougher games than he ever had to win the first time around, right? He's got to win the SEC championship. He had to win the ACC. Big difference. Then he's got to win a semifinal. When he won it, he didn't have a semifinal. So, yeah, it's a lot different now to win one. But I think just because if you get the opportunity being the SEC champion, that's why I go in the order Jimbo. I would throw Lincoln Riley in there eventually at USC, and then Brian Kelly, and then I would throw Mario Cristobal. That would be the 4 I'd put in order. And then I would probably I'd probably go out at that point and say I don't think anybody else on that list wins one.
Yeah, I think you could do the list without Cristobal personally. I think you got the right guys there, obviously. I might put Brian Kelly in front. I know it's going to take him a minute to build up at LSU. Jimbo's already got a head start on him as far as recruiting goes, but I look at a guy that coached in 2 playoffs, 2 national championship games, and he's going to have better tools to do it at LSU. Now, it's going to be tougher on him. It's going to be tougher to get out of the West than it was to get out of Notre Dame.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Allegiant FC. This is the weekend, man. We're ready to do soccer. We're going to do it on Sunday at Protective Stadium, the first competitive game that counts at Protective Stadium for the Legion, and they are challenging everyone in Birmingham to pack Protective coming up this Sunday, 4 o'clock. Redesigned stadium there, perfect for soccer. You'll love the venue for a soccer venue, and you can get $7 tickets for you and your family. $7 tickets. Just go to BHMLegion.com. BHMLegion.com. Get ready to be on national TV, too. The ESPN cameras will be there. ESPN2 Sunday. $7 tickets. BHMLegion.com. Go check them out. It's the Legion versus Tampa Bay. 2 rivals. Tampa Bay's knocked the Legion out of the playoffs the last couple of years. Little payback time to start off the 2022 USL campaign on national TV at Protective Stadium this Sunday. Make plans to be there. $7. Get those tickets. BHMLegion.com. All right, Kentucky's on the football field today, away from the indoor facility and everything. You looked at the schedule. Not be surprised if there are 9 or 10 wins. I ask you, Javon Baker is a legitimate. Brown, how many games did you keep waiting and you kept projecting Javon Baker is going to break out this game for Alabama? It was a conversation you had with yourself and with us on the air a couple of times that it felt like Nick Saban was hinting that day was coming soon. Now he's at Kentucky.
I know. No, it just seemed like game after game after game. We were waiting on any one of those young guys to break out, honestly. Any guy not named Mechie and not named Jamison Williams, right? And Javon Baker was just one of those guys that you kept expecting, one of these guys from that group's going to step up. It's hard for me to believe, though, if with that opportunity, if he couldn't get on the field and do it with Alabama, that he's going to be that big of a stud at Kentucky. He's going to have a lesser quarterback thrown to him. He's going to have a lesser players around him. If he couldn't succeed at Alabama, why am I to believe he's going to be a big game breaker at Kentucky? I know it's hard to get on the field sometimes at Alabama, but that wasn't the case in this situation. You weren't playing behind Waddle, Ruggs, Judy, and Devontae Smith. There was a spot to get on the field at Alabama, and these young guys just couldn't take advantage of it. JoJo Earle was the one that I kept saying that I thought would be the breakout guy. He got hurt, but even before JoJo Earle got hurt, it was not like he was tearing it up.
Yeah, but I'll say Wan'Dale Robinson, who was good at Nebraska, wasn't necessarily great. He had a really, really good year. He was the difference in that bowl win for Kentucky.
But he's the opposite. He was coming from a bad offense. He probably had an upgrade going to the Kentucky offense from the Nebraska offense.
Baker could still be a borderline elite quarterback and not be able to crack that lineup because there's so much talent there.
Yeah.
That could be it.
I'm excited about Baker to see what he can do at Kentucky. And then they're getting the best receiver from Virginia Tech. The question is, can they get the quarterback and Will Levis to deliver him the ball?
They've got 4 guys coming in the portal at the wide receiver position. So with Levis coming back, and again, I think we all think he's average, but he had moments. So Levis, if he gets better with Chris Rodriguez, who is one of the best running backs, in the SEC, you've got 14 returning starters up a 10-win team. The difference for Kentucky now is they believe that they can be good.
Well, and I know you lose Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator. He's going back to Lance's Rams, and you replace him with the quarterback's coach from San Francisco. But I don't know that you guys, later in the season now, early in the season, it looked like there was a difference. But later in the season, did you watch Kentucky and think, boy, that Liam Cohen, man, he's changed that offense?
I never saw a difference.
No, they look just like they always have.
Yeah.
They look like they did under Eddie Gran and everybody else before that. So I'll believe it when I see it that they've got an offensive coordinator that's going to come in and change Kentucky's offense dramatically.
So Texas A&M out yesterday, Kentucky today, Alabama, the next SEC team to hit the field. They go on Friday, Arkansas Sunday, and Auburn is out on Monday. Quick break here. LT's got our 3 and Out when we come back. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. It's time to cap those gutters because a lot of you are thinking about putting your home on the market. And one way to increase the value of your home, very inexpensive, and it does wonders for your home. If you're staying in your home or if you just bought a new home, I recommend Gutter Cap, man. This is going to save you a ton of money.
Yeah, look, it's raining out right now. You need to keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep the debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, and right now, 45% off the retail price. Call our good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
I mean, if you like the tournament or getting into the tournament like Brown does, I mean, nobody's dialed into the auto bids, the AQs, the automatic qualifiers than Brown is. How good was that game last night, Brown?
It was awesome, man. It was I can't believe y'all are making fun of me for watching Furman and Sharp. Oh, well, you've done it the whole show.
I'm not making fun of you.
That was the lock, by the way.
Yeah. It was the lock yesterday.
It was a fun game to watch.
Chattanooga winning at the buzzer. Beats Furman, but Furman covers.
I just liked it that the coaches let them play at the end. That last 2 minutes of regulation, again, the clock almost never stopped.
Well, some important games today. If you're a Jacksonville State fan, your chance to punch your ticket to the tournament while watching the game on television.
It's so weird.
4 o'clock ESPN2, Jacksonville University, the Dolphins playing in Freedom Hall in Louisville against Bellarmine. It's 4 o'clock on ESPN2. If Bellarmine wins, they don't go to the NCAA tournament because they're still in transition from being a Division II school to Division I. Jack State, the Gamecocks, would go to the NCAA tournament as the regular season champs. If Jacksonville wins, then Jack State goes to the NIT for the first time in program history.
Bellarmine is 2.5-point favorite in that game, Lance. I don't know if that's going to be your lock later on.
I stayed away from it. I've actually put out 3 plays today.
Yeah, Bellarmine's going to be 2.5-point favorite there. So I'm pulling for Bellarmine.
3-2 yesterday, by the way.
What's their mascot? The Bellarmine.
The Bellarmine.
I bet they're the Blue Jays.
Were they not available in like when you were working in Kentucky? Was Bellarmine not playing hoops, or is that a new school or something?
I think they're Division II, so I did not get a chance to.
I think they're a
to show highlights.
Blue
they're in
Jay,
Louisville.
Owl.
Can I guess?
Yeah, I'm going to look it up. Do you know Lunsford?
He just looked it up. So you went Blue Jays.
Well, you got the Cardinals already in Louisville.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
Bruins, Bellarmine Bruins.
I'm going to say Mountaineers because there's some mountains in Kentucky, though.
Knights.
Oh, the Knights.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's nothing at all like
Bryant and Wagner play at 6 o'clock on ESPN2. That's the Northeast Conference. Let's go mascots there. Bryant
Bruins.
I would go Bears, straight up Bears.
Bryant Bears, Bruins. And
that would in reverse. That would be Bear Bryant's, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna go Bryant. I'm gonna say Bulldogs for them. And look up Wagner too while you're going. You got a Wagner.
I knew Wagner. Wagner is
it's some kind of puppy, I believe.
Wagner.
Not the Waggles.
Wagner.
I'm gonna say it's a Wagner.
I say Wagner is the. Say they're the Jets or something like that.
I say they're the Hounds. No, the Cocker Spaniels. No, the
Wagner.
Team Sports.
The Titans.
Yeah.
Bryant Bulldogs.
Oh,
I got that one.
I think it's the most common sports name.
Wagner. Is this Wagner in New York?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seahawks.
Wow, the old Seahawks.
Out of
You don't see a lot of Seahawks in New York.
Them in Seattle.
North Carolina, Wilmington versus Delaware. The Blue Hens is Delaware.
Yep, do know that.
Wilmington. You want to guess?
I think they're
there?
the Seawolves.
Oh, Seawolves.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
I thought they were actually the Seahawks, but they are the Seawolves.
Yeah, I think it's UNC Wilmington Seawolves, if I'm not mistaken.
I want to say there's Sea Pilots.
Oh, okay.
Which
that makes
no
sense whatsoever, yes. I did watch some of the Horizon League last night. That was like Fort Wayne.
Cleveland State.
No, I can't remember who was playing now.
Were you chained to your radiator?
I don't know why. My wife did ask me, she's like, are you just watching these because you're about to have to fill out your bracket and lose again? I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Maybe that's your problem. You watch these teams, you fall in love with these teams, these AQs that aren't going to be around.
I'm going to tell you, going to mark them out.
Well, I do, but I like watching it before I mark them out, and I want to be genuine about this.
Did you say UNC Wilmington?
Yeah, UNC Wilmington, the
Seahawks.
Seahawks, thank you.
Yep.
See, I thought they were Seahawks, and then you told me to the Seawolves.
No, he
That
went
was me, the
Seawolves.
Seawolves. By the way, said the Sea Pilots.
Northern Kentucky?
And the Norse.
That's the Norse.
Yeah,
That's who I was watching last night.
We had
the
Northern
Norse.
Kentucky last night.
Yeah,
Norse.
that's who I was watching. Northern Kentucky played Fort Wayne.
Wright State?
Wright State is the Flyers, Pilots. There's some
Cavaliers.
The Cavaliers.
The Rowdy Raiders.
The Rowdy Raiders.
They just can't be a Raider. They got to be rowdy.
No, I'll tell you what that is. You know what that sounds like? They had some sort of Native American mascot, and they had to change it to the Rowdy Raiders. You hadn't been the Rowdy Raiders since the 1940s.
I think they used to be the Vikings, the Wright State Vikings.
Did they now?
And they became
That's
the
what I
one
said.
Viking that changed.
No, they were the Incas.
St. Mary's and Gonzaga tonight. North Dakota State, South Dakota State happening tonight. The Bison and the Jackrabbits all happening as we get a little basketball action tonight. Brown will be dialed in. We got a lock of the day. LT says he's got 3 plays for you at lanceslock.com. He's not going to give you a free one until later on today at The Lance Taylor. It is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Sports. When something Hemp Hill Services. I said Hemp Hill Sports.
I'll go on and give it to you tonight. I just need to get the official number.
Okay, Hemp Hill Services. Have that official number after I tell you about our friends at Hemp Hill. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, we trust Adam and Chad, the folks at Hemp Hill Services. We've been doing that since 1954 with our neighbors here in Alabama. You should too. Here's a couple of reasons why. Because when you have a plumbing problem or a cooling problem or a heating problem, it's not something you plan out. It just happens, and you wake up and you don't want to be pressed into going to somebody who's going to, frankly, screw you over. It doesn't happen with Adam and Chad and Hemp Hill Services. They do it right, and they do it at a fair price. And that's why we love Adam and Chad so much. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call them at 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Hemp Hill Services, lock of the day.
So it was just a couple of weeks ago, number 1, Gonzaga went down to St. Mary's. They rematched for third matchup of the year. They lost that game by double digits. Now, they destroyed the Gales by 16 earlier in February. This number's 12.5. St. Mary's has beaten the number 1 team twice in the History's program.
Both times Gonzaga?
Earlier this year, and in the 2019 West Coast Championship title game.
Happens again?
It does not happen again. Gonzaga will walk them off the court tonight. I like the Zags minus the 12.5.
They walked San Francisco off the court early last night, but they came back and made that a game.
Yeah. I mean,
they
were
going to follow up with something else.
No, they came back and made it a game. I think they cut it to 6.
No, they cut it up to 8. They were up 24. They cut it to 8.
That was one of the games I watched last night.
Did you watch that game too?
I did. It came on right after the Chattanooga game.
And Brent could not get Brown out of that recliner.
No, this is one of those fun things. There's a lot of people out there that want to pull against the number 1 team, but sometimes it's nice to be able to lay the chalk and have power and have the number 1 team and lay the 12.5. I think you'll get a comfortable win here. I think it's a decent game for the first half. I think final 20 minutes, I think Gonzaga wears them down.
That's the lock brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. All right, it is time now for our 3 and out, but we're close to having our bracket up, as we talk brackets all the time, and that may be later today.
It will be up after the show.
Up after the show. So starting this afternoon with our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, you can go and save your spot at nextroundlive.com in our bracket. So go save your spot there, and you want to make sure you're loaded in there. Nextroundlive.com. What?
We found a sponsor that you can't say again.
Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
Boy, they're cackling.
What am I missing here? Exclusive.
It's the wholesale.
There's an L in
There's
wholesale.
an L in there.
Yeah.
Wholesale.
Just
Am I saying ho?
Yes, you are.
I am
Very
not.
much.
It's wholesale.
It's
You're
almost
saying wholesale.
You can almost, if you wanted to drop the W, it would make more sense by you saying wholesale.
Whole, like they're think of this. They're selling the whole thing, wholesale.
Exclusive auto wholesale. Am I messing it
No,
up?
you're selling a bunch of hose.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to let it slide.
I don't know what they're priced at right now. I know
gas prices are up.
I know the pre-owned business is really good for Drew and the guys out there.
That is not the prize you will win for winning our bracket challenge.
Now you're going to win $1,000, and I don't know what a hose going for right now. But
Exclusive auto wholesale.
There you go. You got it.
Can I just call them exclusive auto?
They probably would prefer that at this point. Yeah.
There are a lot of confused people knocking on their door today. On Highway 31 Pelham.
They're up and down Pelham's Highway, head on a swivel. Where are these hoes?
I noticed a lot of people were parked here. I see why now. That's it. All right.
Exclusive auto wholesale.
There you go.
No, they've got a great inventory. Go see Drew and the guys. I was out there a couple of weeks ago. The place is beautiful. I think, Brown, were you the one that has seen it before?
I have. It's amazing. It really is.
I've seen it before.
Okay.
I drive
Jim.
by it right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Jim's seen it.
You can't miss it right there. It's a wholesale place right there. All right, let's do our 3 and out. I had no idea I was doing it.
Well, I mean, it was the first few times, and I was like, well, this is never going to change. So I just started laughing at it.
I haven't got a recorded spot that goes with that yet, have I?
Don't think so, no.
Okay, good. We need to keep that one away from me. Don't put that one in my queue. All right, 3 and out every day brought to you by Vulcan Tire. We've got 4 great locations around town at Vulcan Tires.
There we go. 4 locations for you and your family. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop in to one of those great locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More starts in 2022. Jaden Daniels with LSU or Paul Tyson with Jaden Daniels' former school, Arizona State?
I'm going to go Jaden Daniels with LSU.
I think I will too. I saw T-Bob, and maybe I misread this, but it seemed like T-Bob was almost celebrating this like
we got our guy.
Yeah, we got our guy. We got our starter. So maybe T-Bob knows something about Miles Brennan that the rest of us don't know. And he seems to think, it appears that Jaden Daniels is the starter.
Now, I
could have misread what T-Bob was saying there, too.
I hope Paul Tyson is the starting quarterback, and I hope he starts 12 games out there. And obviously, it seems like the competition is going to be a much stiffer in Baton Rouge. But I just don't know a whole lot about everybody out at Arizona State. I hope Tyson gets a shot. I'm going to lean with Jaden Daniels at 12.
I'll lean Jaden. I think both are going to be starting quarterbacks. So.
I hope so. That'd be great for Paul. It'd be a great move at that point, yeah.
Second down.
Who scores their next touchdown first in the NFL? Calvin Ridley or Bryce Young?
Well, I had seen 1 year, but you're saying it's open-ended by the commission.
Well, it's indefinite. It's at least 1 year.
At least a year, but indefinite from that point.
I think the pressure will mount on Roger Goodell in the NFL, and people will bring up Zeke Elliott only suspended for 6 games.
Yeah.
You know, Dante Stallworth killing a man. That type of stuff will come out. And I think because it was $1,500, they'll do their deep dive on this.
You think, or something?
He'll probably appeal, and I wouldn't be surprised if he only ends up getting a half a season.
Yeah, like they dial it back right now.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, that would make if he's mentally ready to play again and wants to play in Atlanta, it would make Calvin the choice
favorite.
here.
But with that said, you got to figure Bryce Young's probably a starting quarterback from day one, just based on what we saw this year.
But to answer your question, he's got to run one in.
No, I'm talking about
throwing one too?
Just
okay.
just registering a touchdown.
Yeah, I think I'll go with Bryce Young then, because even if Ridley is eligible again, that's no guarantee he's back on the field.
He might not score a touchdown until October.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Ridley because, like Ashley says, she thinks he'll play in 2022. So
I think there's a good chance.
Yeah.
Third down.
So, if I asked you the more sensitive former MVP, Kevin Durant or Russell Westbrook?
The more sensitive?
Yeah.
How do you not put Aaron Rodgers in there in that conversation?
Well, I'm going based on Russell Westbrook being in the news on the press conference after another Lakers loss last night, saying that he is going to push back because fans are calling him West Brick.
Yeah, and it was insulting to his family's name. I mean, come on.
His legacy.
Yeah,
I mean,
whatever.
Come on.
This is a guy that is making more than any other Laker right now. You know what he's making this year?
He's making more than LeBron?
He's making money.
Yeah.
He's making too much.
That's true. If they're paying him in anything
He's
that's a
getting
currency.
paid. You can literally, and I know people say, "Oh, you know," because it's never going to happen. But he's getting paid $44 million. You can call me anything you want, and I think I deserve it if I go out there and I'm not playing what was expected of a former MVP in Russell Westbrook. If you want to call me Westbrook, I deserve it.
So he's upset. They're going Russell Westbrook.
Well, and now they're coming in that the death threats have been. I find it hard to believe that there's been death threats out there. I think people over-exaggerate that. Maybe there have been, and if there have been, then I'm misspoken here.
Well, let's be clear on what is a death threat or not a death threat. Okay, to me, a death threat. I mean, I'm not saying you have to write old school letter, dear Russell, and mail him a letter with a stamp.
Yeah,
I mean, there can be some online real death threats, but just people posting on social media, I hate you, Russell Westbrook, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, I hope you die. If look, I'm going to dismember you and your family, I'm going to put you in a hole and burn your bodies.
Yeah, that qualifies. Yeah, I think that qualifies.
But
of course,
Westbrook, don't get this upset.
I'll remind you guys that we had to be walked to our car by a security guard one time because of a perceived death threat of a coworker of ours. So they can come in all forms.
Yeah. Well, there were a few of those things that I didn't believe anyway.
4th down.
I don't know if the cackling's coming from there or there.
But it was well timed either way.
We got two celebrity. I say celebrity loosely. 2 birthdays today.
Loosely.
You jump in, Lunsford, as well. Freddie Prinze Jr. is 46. James Vanderbeek is 45. Better career.
Rough birthday day, huh? Those are 2.
I had both of those on the morning rounds this morning. I would say.
Now, Freddie Prinze did land Sarah Michelle Gellar.
He did.
Yes,
That's a good win.
The easy answer is Freddie Prinze Jr., I think.
Well, and Vanderbeek, though, amongst sports fans, I'll never forget, I got a call from a guy.
Is the best sports movie to me, but that is it, because I don't care about Dawson's Creek.
Dawson's Creek
and that's always
it was a big movie.
It was a big. I never saw Dawson's Creek, but it was a big deal, and he was Dawson, right?
He was, yeah.
I remember I got a call from a buddy, a couple of days after, and he's like, "Man, you'll never who I smoked weed with." In a hotel room in San Francisco, and he didn't say James Vanderbeek. He was like Moxon.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Who are you? Who is Moxon?" He's like, "Moxon, man, the quarterback."
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not a real person.
Well, what's he say, Dunaway?
I really thought it was Pacey.
Pacey is Josh. What's his name?
Yeah, but
Josh Jackson.
I think he would come through Tuscaloosa for Bama
playing
games.
Dr. Death really well.
He's a good actor, I think.
I didn't realize that until I saw him play Dr. Death.
And he's been in T-Town a couple of times. I think he had friends or somebody who went to school there, and I don't know if he smoked the devil's lettuce or anything.
The ganja.
I'll say this too about Freddie Prinze Jr., but he has done a ton of, you don't see this, but he does a ton of voiceover work, like steady work, has done it for a long time. He was in Star Wars. He was actually in the last Star Wars movie, believe it or not.
I don't know what this says, but like when I check my celebrity, I don't know if you check on the same website, but mine are listed by maybe their Q scores. But like the first 15 or 20 are like 16 to 18-year-old YouTube stars. And then Freddie Prinze was like number 41 today, and then Vanderbeek was like 48 or something.
I would say Vanderbeek because he also did a movie, I think, where he was like, and again, I'm not going to know the name of this movie, and I hope I get this right.
Oh, describe it. I love these. So like it's Vanderbeek, you think?
Like it starts out with an incident.
Oh, wow.
And then it's like, it's reversed. Like, it takes him back to the start of a party.
It's Varsity Blues. He wasn't the starting quarterback, and then all of a sudden he was the starting quarterback.
No. It's like he's making out with a girl, and then all of a sudden it's...
Is that when a voiceover jumps in, and this was the moment?
And then it's rewind, and it's how they meet at the party, and then it's from the girl's perspective. Rewind.
I take back my answer on Hot Ones. How do you know it's a bad movie? When that kind of sequence is in it.
If Dunaway can't remember the name of it, that's how you know it's a bad movie.
Or if James Vanderbeek or Freddie Prinze Jr.
God, Dunaway, I have no clue what movie you're talking about.
Yeah, and in the chat room, no, Brian Straw was not threatening to kill us.
No, it was. We weren't even the one being threatened. It was a coworker.
Yeah.
Allegedly threatened.
Allegedly. That was my point, is we didn't even see the death threat, yet we had to be walked to the car by a security guard.
I think Westbrook is an awesome... We ought to do Westbrook shirts. And
Can we sell them? Can we sell a lot of them?
Directly taunt him with them. Troll. I've never trolled anybody.
It's not his name, so we can do it.
On social media. I would wear a Westbrook because I hate this Lakers team. I despise them. I love the Lakers growing up all my life. I hate this team. I hate them. I hope they miss the playoffs.
What year do you think that movie was there, Dunaway?
No clue. No clue.
Wait, do you know any that was in color?
I mean, this was in color, LT. Come on. That's 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, get a look at those tires today. Brake pads, wheel alignment, more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. Go see our friends, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Greatest audience in the world. The Rules of Attraction.
Yeah, this is it. And he was actually in it. You got that one right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. How was it? Apparently it was
so good. I remember the name of it.
Monumental.
When we come back, a couple more segments to go before we get to the top of the hour here. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Back with you on the next round. One of our guys up here, Reed, is one of the guys doing Way to Wellness in our challenge. And I just noticed earlier today, we've redone his Way to Wellness spot to where all he has to say in the entire spot is 11 pounds. It's Rockstar voicing it. Rockstar's like, we're all doing the Way to Wellness challenge, including Reed. Reed, how many pounds have you lost? 11 pounds. That's right, Reed.
And I'm sure Rockstar's not a smarty at all.
I didn't think Reed's read was that bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
Well, he doesn't do it for a living.
No,
so
I didn't think it was that bad.
I was about to say Lance's on this side and he's on that side.
Right.
There's
a reason. I didn't think his read was that bad. But
we got breaking news done away.
I know we do, but it was funny.
Yes.
We do. But it was funny. It was funny the way they did it. Oats is bringing you this breaking news.
This is the biggest one of the day. I think, don't you?
Bigger than Rodgers.
Well, I don't know. Second biggest one of the day.
It's not bigger than Rodgers.
It's bigger than the one Dunaway oversold.
Odie's team trivia tomorrow night. Are you in? Did we ever confirm that?
Oh, I didn't know I need to be.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'll confirm on my side. I don't know if Will knows that Rocky's out. Anyway, we're going to be there. Maybe Brown will be there. 8 o'clock. I don't know why you started this yesterday. Odie's team trivia. We'll get started again 8 o'clock. Get there a little early. Enjoy the great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Inside or outside, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline.
I was busy watching basketball last night. I forgot.
Russell Wilson to the Broncos.
That's a bigger deal.
That's according to Adam Schefter. Bigger than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, because you've got a guy that still, I mean, Russell Wilson is relatively young. He's younger than Aaron Rodgers. He's got a ton of great football, and the only piece the Broncos seem to be missing is a quarterback. Now, the problem is when you look at that AFC West, how loaded it is at the quarterback position. I mean, your worst quarterback now is Derek Carr, and he's a pretty good quarterback. I mean, you've got Mahomes, you've got Herbert, you've got Russell Wilson. Denver will now be a player. If they would have gotten Aaron Rodgers, I think they're your favorite to win the Super Bowl. But they've got to be, their team wins probably go from 7.5 now to 10.
I'll be interested to see the other side of this. Adam Schefter says it's one of the largest trades in NFL history. I don't even know what the largest trade. We always default, I think, to the Herschel Walker.
That's why I would start.
Dallas trade.
But he's saying one of, so it can't be bigger than that.
I go to Matt Stafford last year just because of the implications.
Yeah.
All of those first-round picks that were given up. And the immediate, what happened, the aftermath, winning a championship.
But Herschel leaving the Cowboys to the Vikings and them getting all the picks and winning 3 Super Bowls.
They built a Super Bowl.
I'm not saying it's the biggest,
yeah.
but I'm saying Matt Stafford's right
There's
there.
one of them, yeah. Boy, this makes that division so interesting.
It really does. So Russell Wilson to the Broncos, according to reports. Farmfolio chat room, Chad, bye-bye Pete Carroll.
Agree. I said that was one of the reasons that
this is a rebuild now.
I didn't think Russell Wilson was going to go anywhere because Pete Carroll would be held hostage, and Pete Carroll's the oldest coach in the league. He's not going to do a rebuild. He's just not.
Paul, damn it. I was hoping my Steelers would get him.
Steelers would have really, really, really. I mean, if you're Russell Wilson, you could go either place. Who seems more ready-made, Denver or Pittsburgh?
Well,
I don't trust Cleveland in that division. I really don't trust Cincinnati
still.
still.
The Super Bowl, though, I know.
And I still think Baltimore might be the best team in that division.
I mean, historically, the Steelers cycle around, it seems, a lot faster at rebuilding or putting a good roster on the field than some other teams do.
But you look at this division now, Kansas City, who's not going anywhere. Oakland and the Chargers played a game where the winner went to the playoffs.
Yep. You know who this helps me in a stake bet?
In what way?
Justin Herbert not taking a playoff snap the first 6 years.
You're right.
Yeah. Just got a little harder for him to get in the playoffs.
I still feel really good. I've got 4 more years of that.
Is the AFC West the best division in football now, you think?
So, I
mean,
mean,
NFC West is pretty good. But
it was, but now with Russell Wilson being out.
I think it's got to be the AFC West. I mean, every one of those teams is a legit playoff contender now.
But, I mean, how many are legit Super Bowl contenders?
Kansas City, for sure.
Let us know when we see Jerry Judy's tweet what emoji he uses now that he has Russell Wilson. Sad face when Aaron Rodgers re-signed. We'll see what happens with Jerry Jeudy. Now, one other interesting NFL note that is happening, sources tell Schefter that the Panthers in Carolina are shopping Christian McCaffrey. What's the market for him?
Not as much as it would be if he could stay healthy.
You know, we talked about Saquon Barkley the other day from the Giants, and they seemed like they were shopping him. Neither one of those guys can stay healthy. If both can stay healthy, to me, with Derrick Henry, the best 3 running backs in the NFL, and Dalvin Cook probably.
Multiple first-round picks now is what they're saying on the Broncos.
Oh, we lit fire emoji from Jerry Judy.
Is that what he just did?
Yeah,
I don't blame him, man.
He went from frowny face to, oh, we lit fire emoji.
I was going to come back with a comment after, when you went away from the Judy thing, that the money that Judy can make on having an elite quarterback.
Right.
Because some of these guys, you're never going to be able to play up to that potential if you don't have that elite quarterback. And Jerry Judy sees a guy like Aaron Rodgers slip away, but now you've got Russell Wilson, one of the best deep ball throwers in the history of the NFL.
And Noah Fant's pretty good tight end for them.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some weapons on offense. Cortland Sutton.
There's Jerry Judy, by the way.
Look at that tweet. Oh, we lit fire emoji.
What is his avatar there?
That's what we call an NFT.
Rockstar's not here to describe it to us.
So Lunsford, he paid for that, right?
Yes, it's round, and so I don't know if it's actually the NFT. You can actually attach NFTs to your Twitter profile now. I'm not getting into all that because it's too complicated. But yes, he paid probably a lot of money for that.
JM says you'd be a damn fool to trade a first for McCaffrey.
Well, I mean, he stays hurt.
So brittle.
Yeah, he stays hurt. I don't disagree with that. When he's on the field, he's really good. But man, I mean, that is a lot to invest in a guy that doesn't seem like he could play a full season.
Yeah, the Rams owned Russell Wilson. I don't mind getting him out of the division. Boy, I wish they would have taken Aaron Rodgers instead, though.
The Broncos?
The Broncos?
Yeah. To get him out of the NFC?
Yeah.
Again, you just won the Super Bowl, and neither one of those guys stood in your way.
Lance talks like they hadn't won anything.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by this, though. I think this is an interesting. Remember last week when I brought up the fact that Russell Wilson and Sierra, they were on some kind of talk show, and he said, look, West Coast is the best place for me. And we went down the West Coast teams, and I think you said, well, could Denver be considered West Coast? And I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah, Dunaway brought up Denver, and I said Denver's not West Coast.
Yeah, well, it's not West Coast.
But I said Denver would be, and you said it's not West Coast.
West Coast. You say Brown from the Rocky Mountains is just all a downhill slide to the ocean.
He told another lie is what he did.
No, I think Russell considers
Denver ain't West Coast.
The mile high, and then it's all downhill.
If you're not even in the Pacific time zone, you can't be considered.
That is Mountain Time Zone.
Yeah, you can't.
Make it a poll question. If from a mile high, if it's nothing but downhill to the ocean,
is that West Coast?
Is that the coastline? I mean, really, you're on the coastline at that point.
Okay, Denver make playoffs, yes or no?
And you don't know what kind of earthquake is coming someday.
Wow.
Denver could be the coast one day.
I'm going to say they do make the playoffs, yeah. I mean, again, the Raiders and the Chargers were playing a game winner gets in from that division. So why would Denver not be with Russell Wilson in that same situation? Yeah, I'll say Denver's in the playoffs.
Quick break here. When we come back, some final thoughts on this and maybe another quarterback. Maybe Seattle has a quarterback when we come back. Part of our show being brought to you by the folks at High Point, Brownie.
Yeah, right now, look, everybody is looking for that perfect piece of land for them, right? And our friends with High Point Properties are the leader in creating beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area. They've got several sites in Helena right now that range from 3 to 43 acres. Call Wes with High Point Properties today, 240-0204. That's 240-0204, or visit hppro.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time recently, went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the Panay chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With zero interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's time to party with Redmond Vodka for the madness. Go to redmondvodka.com/Final Pour and get ready. On March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Submit your picks before the first game and share that you've submitted on your social media. And make sure to tag at Redmond Vodka and at Next Round Live. Then all you have to do is fill out your bracket. It's the Charles Barkley's Final Pour bracket. Brought to you by Redmond Vodka and The Next Round.
Special announcement regarding lanceslock.com and something we've never done before on the site. For the NCAA tournament, we are guaranteeing you a winning tournament for only $200. Get every lock we have on the NCAA tournament, and if we don't have you winning at the end of the tournament, you get your money back. Winning guaranteed. To get on board with us, DM us on Twitter, @LancesLock is the handle, or shoot us an email to admin@lanceslock.com and ask for the tournament hookup. Just $200, winning or your money back, lanceslock.com.
All right, man, there you go. Big NFL day, more news happening. Mike Williams just agreed to a 3-year, $60 million extension to stay with the Chargers there. So good deal for him.
Schefter's saying Drew Lock is part of the trade to the Seahawks, so I guess he's your starter in Seattle for the rebuild. According to Tom Pelissero, NFL, massive haul for Denver. Or massive haul Denver gives up, including multiple first-round picks, plus additional picks and players. One of those, according to Schefter, is Drew Lock. I mean, they gave up a ton to get. How much does Russell Wilson have left in the tank? How many years do you think?
You know, it's funny. During the season last year, I brought up after he injured the thumb, he seems like he's lost a little bit, not only in the arm strength, but just the accuracy. And I don't know how much was the thumb and how much wasn't the thumb. I've just got a feeling maybe this rejuvenates him. I've got a feeling that Russell Wilson's best days are behind him.
I do too. 4-year, $200 million deal for Aaron Rodgers. And some final thoughts after LT tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Mortgage Right. Again, they have been with us since day one here on The Next Round. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it. That doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or if you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. Get your fix. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Our buddy Matt Smith from Southern Pigskin says Russell Wilson becomes the first quarterback in NFL history to join a team that he defeated in a Super Bowl.
Whew. All right. That's a deep dig on that one.
It's true.
But you know what this does, too, is it puts Seattle in a very likely spot of drafting near the top of the draft for quarterback next year. So a kid like Bryce Young, if he has another good year, and most think he will, he's going to be a very high draft pick. He already gets some comparisons to a player like Russell Wilson.
I don't think they implode that much. If Pete
You don't
Carroll,
think so?
If Pete
With
Carroll,
Drew Lock starting at quarterback?
Pete Carroll sticks around, I still think they win 5 or 6 games. I mean, that might put them in the top 10.
Yeah, but don't forget now, they got a haul of picks, too, that they can trade and try to get higher in the draft.
But Rashad Penny was so good down the stretch. And you got DK Metcalf still. You've still got Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, give me quarterbacks that are going to be at the top of next year's draft. Bryce Young, obviously, top of next year's draft. C.J. Stroud, going to be near the top of next year's draft. So if you've got a pick that's in the top 5, 6, you'll be able to get one of those two guys. And they're going to have to draft quarterback. Yeah. I mean, you know that.
Final 45 seconds here. Around the table, Forrester and Lunsford, are you going to fill up gas tanks immediately when you leave Double Down Media today?
I'm going to Nashville tonight, so yes, I got to fill up.
Are you not working tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow.
Wow. That's a haul back.
You and Dunaway are never at home.
You aren't.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
You going to a Preds game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'd love to go.
Dunaway literally would go with it. There's no doubt he would.
I know he would.
I've never seen him win.
I hardly see him lose.
What about you? Filling up the tank today?
No.
We're not expecting a shortage, are we? It's just going to go up.
I filled up this weekend, so
I mean, you could double in cost by the time we
could, but there's not going to be a shortage. You know, you had to buy that at some point.
Just saying.
Did you see Shaq and Shaq going back and forth with Kenny Smith? Have y'all watched that video?
Yeah, happy birthday, Kenny Smith, by the way.
I love Shaq. But boy,
he was so twisted up with math.
I mean, it's like he'd been drinking tequila, smoking weed, and
it was so funny.
He had like cold medicine in him.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Kenny, though.
Yeah, the Jet.
Kenny the Jet. All right, that's the show today. Thanks for being with us. We're back live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't forget the Hot Ones. You can go watch that on YouTube. And don't forget our friends at the Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
That away, Jimmy D.
The bracket is about to be up at nextroundlive.com. Go secure your place in our bracket challenge and try to win real cash that somebody, a real human on our show, will win. Till next time, God bless you. God bless America.